I'm back. Okay, live again. I haven't got the intro. I don't know what's going on. It's really hard. It's really difficult through Restream to actually share the things that I want to share. Freaking mess behind me. Hello. So I don't know what was going on. I think it's working now. I don't know. We'll see. Restream has a habit of that's the microphone. That's the video. Okay, okay. Right, so thank you guys. So I'm sorry we had to start and stop, and it's still only kind of a little mini show while we're still sorting out the injunctions. I want to have it filed. I need to have it filed. I've got so much other stuff that's piling up, and we need to have it filed because we need to stop people freaking vaxing. Right, so I wanted to share with you some things that I don't know how I stumble across this stuff. Like, it's really weird. So really, I must just be typing in the right things. I want to share with you some of the stuff that I've kind of dug up today. So just so well, I start, like, where are we? 13th of October. I haven't been able to kind of do anything for the last few days. So I had the weekend off and I won within I say the weekend off. I had like Saturday night off, but worked. Then I've had a couple of new clients. So that's really kind of heavy. So I've had today, I've got tomorrow, and I've got Friday. And I want to really kind of very, very, very close. So I don't see why we can't. The problem is I keep finding new stuff. So I need to get to a point where I'm just like, stop looking. Right. Okay. So I want to. Where am I? Let me figure out which window I need to share with you first. This one. Okay. So somehow I land on, I seem to stumble across confidential documents somehow. I don't know how. I mean, I do share them all in Telegram, and so that's good because when I share them in Telegram, it saves it to Telegram and also saves it to whichever device I was using. So I've always got them. So somehow I ended up with stumbling across this. This is the Pfizer confidential report into the things that they don't talk about. So the things that are kind of not really spoken about in all of their reports, right? So this is the I don't know how I find these things. I don't know how I find these things. But I have. So I found it a while ago, and now because I'm pulling all of this information together, I just was like, right, okay, I've got these folders. I'm going to just start through it to make sure that I've pulled out all of the bits of information which are really important. So what we've got here is, so we've got luciferase, and this is the thing that everybody's talking about. This is the thing that lights up. This is the thing that links you up to the, I mean, one, it's Lucifer. I mean, that's kind of a bit negative anyway, but this is the thing that kind of links you up to the supernatural highway, if you like. But also we've got this thing here. So ALC 0315, right? So ALC 0315 is this item here. So the reason why it has to be stored really low. And it links in with the ALCO 159. So these are lipids. These are the things that they're using to deliver the nanotechnology. So these are the lipids that they use to deliver the nanotech, right? But when you go to the safety data sheet, so this is the most recent data. This is the ALC 0135. So this product is for research use, not for human or veterinary diagnosis or therapeutic use. It's okay. So this is a health hazard. It may cause cancer, causes skin irritation. It can cause respiratory irritation. All of these different, like, I mean, it's super, super toxic, this thing that they're using in the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine, right? So it causes anemia, coughs, depression. So that's the depression of the central nervous system, drowsiness, headaches, heart damage, liver damage, narcosis, reproductive effects, tetragenic effects. It is not a good thing that you shove in anything that you then shove into a person. So he looked into the other thing, the 195, whatever it's called. Yeah, 0195. And that didn't look too, I mean, compared to the previous one, which is carcinogenic and horrific and toxic, this one that you use alongside it isn't, I mean, this one seems relatively pleasant. So this is the other one. But the important thing, right, so when we scroll down, I'm just trying to find the page. So what all of these are the studies. So these are the studies that the WHO and everybody's seen, and what they're talking about is the fact that luciferase disappears at certain times, that it's no longer detected in your wee after so many hours, so it's no longer you can't test it. It also says in here that it goes into every single part of your body. It also says in here that so it goes into your liver, taken up by the blood. So everybody's saying, oh, hello, Apple iPhone, which has just joined my network. Hello. Well, isn't that interesting? As we're live, we've just had an unidentified iPhone join our network. Well, hello. So that's my laptop's just alerted me to something or someone. So hello, whoever you are. So it's saying we got toxicity findings and liver damage was observed. So this is the WHO are saying, they're all saying, like, we didn't know, there weren't any issues, we don't need to worry about it. We had that Canadian scientist saying we didn't realize that doing that spike protein was going to be so bad. And I said that person's only said that because they're covering their own back, because there is no way they didn't know. You cannot be a researcher. You cannot be an expert in your field. You cannot know all of these things. You cannot create this fucking vaccine using that lipid and not know that it's carcinogenic, going to cause respiratory, like that is attached as the safety data. So this is everybody trying to get freaking ahead of themselves. They're just all fucking liars. I'm just get so frustrated with the liars. So frustrated. So anyway, so they know about all of this. We've got all of the different reports. We've got the animal species. And what's really interesting when you look into the studies, hey, Margaret, also is that they actually did the animal studies and then they stopped the animal studies. So they actually stopped. They stopped all the animal studies because everybody was dying, and then so that was phase 1 of the clinical trials. They actually, and you don't really hear about phase 1. Phase 1 is when they actually tested on like really, really unwell people. They tested on unwell people. They tested on all the people with immune difficulties, and so they were pretty much testing how effective things were at killing people. So you don't hear about phase 1. What you hear about is phase 2, which is all the healthy people. And it was phase 2 trials, which was used with regards to all of the fake authorizations. Oh, what have we got on here now? So we've got my phone, we've got another Samsung, we've got an Apple iPhone, an unknown phone, an unknown computer, an unknown laptop. Well, hello everybody. All messing around on my internet. I don't fucking care. I don't care. Because it records everything. So do whatever the fuck you want. I forgot what I was saying. So it just keeps beeping at me, telling me there's more people jumping on my network. Oh yeah, so the phase 1 trial was all the really, really ill people. Phase 2 was all the healthy people, and all of the reports. So if you look at anything talking about the vaccines, they say, we have not tested against immunosuppressant people. So you haven't tested against the people potentially because it's a coronavirus vaccine. It's going to be really bad for somebody who's got that's the immune. It makes your immune system attack itself. And do you remember that the football video kind of explained that really well? So you haven't then tested against immunocompromised people. But here's the lie, because they did all that in phase 1. So I found loads of phase 1 trials where they've got proof that it was freaking killing all of the people who were really ill. So they just don't talk about them. Then they talk about the really healthy people. And then they rolled it out, right? So they rolled it out to the public at the same time as they were doing phase 3. But what we've got here is the original data, which shows that they are basically trying to cover up and say that, there's no harms. And people are talking about luciferase and they're saying it's not in there. Well, they already know how quickly it passes through your system. So there's a video going around of somebody saying they took a fake passport to the airport and they said, well, we know it's not you because of the luciferase. Well, actually, that doesn't stay in your system long enough. So we have to be so careful of just everywhere you look. There's fucking shills spreading bullshit. It doesn't stay in your system long enough. So if I got jabbed today, according to the Pfizer's actual research, which is their confidential stuff that they try to hide. To be fair, I think I found this because I keep finding the WHO. I keep stumbling, big G. I keep stumbling across the WHO presentations, and I found another one, which has led us to a very, very interesting organization. And so obviously they're uploading them because they have to share them, and I just happen to find them. So it's not going to be in there. They already know it's not going to be in there. They've worked out how quickly it disappears from your system. But basically, this is proof. These are the hidden studies that they're not talking about, that you can't find, that if you go on to the websites that say, we've got these studies in, and they just say no results published. So that is, if you go to the official study websites, they say no results published. Well, here's the thing. They actually publish the results. This is exactly what they were looking for. And some of them are saying that they're actually causing serious amounts of harm. So even though they knew this was happening, they went ahead and did it anyway. So this is evidence that they don't care. So here, talking about random random PowerPoints. Here happens to be another random World Health Organization PowerPoint talking all about the Pfizer BioNTech. So this is from, and yes, I've got all of these. I've downloaded all these before they disappear from the internet. So in order to, where we're going next, you have to be on a Tor browser because it doesn't open up on normal internet. So they are taking some kind of precautions, but this one they didn't. So this is from January 2021. So this is assessment number 5. Now, I'm going to skip ahead to this one here. So we've got here, so in the vaccines, there were 64 who got lymphadenopathy. There were 4 who got Bell's palsy. So this is in the trial. So 64 had severe allergic reactions, 4 had vaccine, had Bell's palsy. So they knew this. So even though they tried to deny Bell's palsy as an issue, 4 people in the trial, so this is January 2021, the World Health Organization is stating that this is happening. They're also stating that there are adverse events happening and it's generally higher after the second dose. So they are well aware. Significant allergic reaction to the BNT1, that's the Pfizer vaccine, right? So they know these things. So they're saying it's not true. And, particularly the MHRA is explicitly stating it has nothing to do with the vaccine. It's just a fucking coincidence. So technically, the WHO can say, well, we fucking told you. We've got evidence that the WHO told them, and our government organizations have just ignored this, made the decision anyway. So the other thing that they knew in January 2021, but they weren't telling anybody, because why would they tell people, is there were 6 deaths. So 2 vaccine, 4 placebo, but we don't know what was going on with the placebo people, and we don't know which study, right? So if this was phase 1, this would have been the old ill people anyway. So look, we got cardiac arrest 3 days after dose 2. So this is really, really, you just stop it. You just stop there and then. Like, you just like, okay, well, we've had people die 3 days after dose. You just stop. It is statistically significantly higher in those who are being vaccinated, and they knew this in January 2021, and all of the government agencies were told this. And of course they were told this because where we get to next, you'll see why they don't give a shit. So basically, the WHO was telling them the results of the study so that all of the governments could pre-prepare their talking points, pre-prepare the propaganda, pre-prepare keywords that they probably told Google and Facebook to watch out for, to remove people from. So January 2021, and we all know what happened in January 2021. This is when Biden decided to himself into the presidency seat. We also have here, this is summary of the evidence assessment. So we've got serious adverse events, so moderate, we've got here. So severe reactions were more common in the intervention groups. That's a vaccine group. So 8.8% of vaccines versus 2.21. That's statistically significant. And they're doing it anyway. So it may present deaths, but they're not sure. May present hospitalizations, but they're not sure. Didn't even bother doing that. So we already know all this. But this is important because this would have been used to present to the organization, to all of the government agencies. So the MHRA and the JVCI and the Department of Health and Social Care in the UK, they cannot say they were, well, I mean, if they say they weren't aware that the clinical trials didn't even test these fucking things, then they shouldn't have they shouldn't be in place anyway. But here they're being told, well, it's not even doing that. So you are lying, and that's important. The fact that they have continued to lie, they have subverted and manipulated for profit. Okay, that's what they've done. They've subverted and manipulated for profit. And here's the proof. Here's the evidence. So when I keep saying this is bigger than us just saying the vaccines don't work, we are going to be proving that there is a global conspiracy for profit. And this is why I believe Big G kind of like stepped in, pushed me out of the way for a little bit, made me really busy with other stuff, is because of the Pandora Papers were rolled up. And oh, look, somebody's fucking with my internet again now. Because that's proof of global. I mean, we've got multiple proofs of global conspiracies. But we've got that. So the other thing that I don't quite think that the World Health Organization intended for us to find is this thing here. So this is the September 2020 values framework. And I mean, the WHO are very nice because they do actually put the links in. So here we go. We actually have SAGE's. So SAGE, for those of you outside of the UK, and maybe for some of you inside the UK, SAGE is the organisation which is run, well, you know, we've got Neil Ferguson, who's the dickhead who did the model, which is linked to Imperial College London, and Imperial College London have just had a £5.5 million Huawei 5G investment, also gets shitloads of money from Bill Gates. Ferguson's also the dickhead who did the modelling for the swine flu pandemic. I mean, he's just shit. And he doesn't actually have a biology, he doesn't have any kind of like actual qualifications. He's just a dickhead. Like that's like there is that's all he is, right? He's a funded idiot. So what we have here is how to allocate and prioritize the COVID vaccines. So it's got these, this is how we use their words. It's how we use their words. They have these 6 principles of SAGE. So the WHO SAGE, do you see how intimate this is? The WHO SAGE values framework. And this is 2020. So remember, this is September 2020. So this is before the vaccines were being used. This is just before they were authorized. So the first one in the UK rolled out on the 8th of December. So COVID and vaccines must be a global public good. They must contribute significantly to the protection and promotion of human well-being, and they're not doing any of these things. So this is their values framework. This is what the WHO is recommending. This is what SAGE is recommending. They must reduce deaths. They protect the continuing functioning of essential services. Well, they're not doing that, are they? They're not doing any of these things. So this is how we screw them over. Employ best available scientific evidence, expertise, and significant engagement with relevant stakeholders. Vaccine prioritization. So this is all of their words, which will enable me to, you know, final nails in the coffin, because these are the things that get hidden. It's so funny. So what else WHO sent me to is this organization. Yeah. And for those of you who are in the US and doing your writs and all of that stuff, like, this is who they're using. Joe Biden signed straight up to the WHO straight away, and he's following their directions, which means they're following SAGE, because SAGE and WHO are writing this shit together. they're literally saying it must do, it must be better. With the kids, we had 9 kids die from COVID. We've had 89 die from the vaccine, like instantly. Like this is black and white. They're literally saying the vaccines must fulfill these principles. They don't fulfill any of these principles. So this is their own fucking words. Like, it's not me saying this shit. This is literally what they're saying. Then they're not following this, are they? So the other thing that it led me to, and this is where it starts to get, this is where Big G comes in very kind of handy. So here we have, let me just go to the right page so you can start at the beginning. Start at the beginning. So what we have here is this organization called Launch and Scale Faster. So this was featured in the Who documentary, in the Who what's it called, presentation. This was Launch and Scale Faster. It was talking about how we can get 70% of the world vaccinated, because that's what they say you need. It's another sneaky word. 70% you need vaccinated in order to get herd immunity. Now, I'm pretty sure that Israel's had over 70%. Pretty sure they're now stating the UK is at 80%, but we have not yet reached herd immunity. So they're just, moving the goalposts, changing lots of shit, as we know. But I've now got them explicitly saying it. So I did share the link to this website, but you have to be on a Tor browser. It will not open up on a normal browser. But actually, this is the document that they link to, that I've linked to. So this is them talking about their perilous and urgent moment in the COVID-19 pandemic. This, bearing in mind, is their most up-to-date release on, 200 vaccines. There's almost 200 vaccines that are being created. 200, which is insane. This document is their most up-to-date recent one. And what we have here, when we scroll. And again, we've got more words, them saying, we have to make sure that we are looking after people and it's safe for people and blah, 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 blah. And then we've got, but who's the people behind it? So we've got lots of names on here that we just don't know about. So if we want to maybe follow some money, we also have these organizations. So I've never heard of these. I've never heard of these organizations at all. So we got to find out who's, some of these, people may have, but this is not something I know much about. But Global Health Technologies Coalition, IntraHealth, Pandemic Action Network. Who are the hell are these people? More than that, so this is done by Duke University. So this is you fuckers in the USA again, right? This is a UK US. So everybody's saying China. This is a UK US initiative. And I've said that over and over again. The CIA, they answer to GCHQ and MI6 and MI5. It's they just did it in China, the same as they make shit in China because it's cheaper and they have less regulations and less people are watching. But the money and the direction and the people who are behind it are not the Chinese. It's not the Chinese. So this has been done. So obviously we've got Oxford and Cambridge are doing dodgy shit over here in the UK. But this is Duke University in the US. I don't know where that is, but that's quite a prestigious university. I've heard of Duke University. But what happens when we scroll down to find out who their partners are? Look who we've got here. Imperial College London. Got the Commonwealth Fund, this health foundation people who've got the same ode. See that Global Citizen Health Foundation, but they're probably linked. So, but here we've got them saying that 70% is herd immunity. We've got, these are some of the vaccines. So we got, this one is a DNA vaccine, you know, even though it doesn't mess with the DNA, it's called a DNA vaccine. But what we've got here is manufacturing projection for 2021 and 2022. They are not giving up. They are not giving up. Like 2020 to 2021 to 2022. And some of the lawsuits that are going in the UK, we've already spoke about the shill ones, like they will be receiving, everybody's receiving, I mean, I'm not receiving any money. They're receiving money from it. What was this? This is the December notes. Oh, this is what I was trying to open. So this is the deal made by Brazil and AstraZeneca. But I think Brazil, won't let me open this. I think Brazil must have reneged on their deal because they got forced into, do you remember they decided they were then going to go with Russia. Then they got punished with like floods and did they get locusts as well? I don't know. They ended up like getting floods and famine and volcanoes, and then they ended up with Pfizer. But they also talk about how to scale. Like this is literally a one-stop shop for turning an idea or a concept into across the world. This is how they're doing it. So I mean, you can't make this. It's literally called Launch and Scale Faster, with a specific focus on vaccinating everybody by mid-2022, 70% of the world's population by 2022. And the Gateses are behind some of it. The Dukes, yeah, as well. Duke University, funded and supported by Bill and Melinda Gates. So, hey, iPal. I'm ready for your intellectual stimulus. Well, it's been, yes. So, New Fish is quite right. It's been quite a swear-filled session so far. NC, is that North Carolina, or is that wrong? So then there must be some, you must have some loophole laws or something. I can't see. I mean, they're quite good at like linking to Wish Qatar. Oh, look, I get this a lot. Wish? Isn't Wish the foundation that like if you, let me just do these buses. Like these things really frustrate me. Like if you've got kids that are ill. World Innovation Summit for Health. I mean, I mean, it doesn't say who they are. Oh, when we come here. Who are they? Who are they? Didn't Tori say something about Qatar? The Qatar National Vision is far-reaching agenda to transform Qatar into a thriving, knowledge-based society by 2030. Supreme Council of Health. I mean, do we even know like these? I mean, you don't even know these organizations. Oh, look, there we go. Imperial College London, Carnegie Mellon, all them fuckers. So they just have organization under organization under organization under organization under organization. They just and not one of nobody elected the WHO to tell the British people what to do. Nobody in the US elected the WHO to tell, but it's not even the WHO. It's like it's this, and this is why. This is why there's layer upon layer upon layer upon layer, and we're not even getting to the freaking tips of the like. We're still at the teeny tiny little tip, and I know that we don't need to prove all of this stuff just for the beginning, but you need to kind of at least be able to show that there is no way to trace what the hell is going on at all. Just it's just there's just like lie upon lie upon lie upon lie. Like who are all these people, and why are they all getting money? Like, why are they all getting money? Why do they all get money? Oh, this is an NHS one. How do we build back better for the NHS? Right. Well, did you know about health.org.uk, the Health Foundation? I mean, oh shit. Who are these people? Q community. It's funny. NHS reset. But who's fucking funding it? So it's a charity. You see what I mean? It's just like there you go. Oh my gosh. Well, at least we got more names, I guess. I mean, you just want to hope your GP's not on here, because then, like, that's bad. Like, what? Yeah. it's so frustrating. Like every time you like find, it's all like everything's like this. You find one piece of information and then you find, oh, hello. Sorry. Hello, somebody else. What is that? A Wistron Neb. I don't know what this is. Wistron New Web Corporation. Oh, it's a Linux. See, somebody's on here on a Linux computer. Windows and Windows. So you find one thing and then you have to, it's just the entire stuff's a mess. The entire stuff's a mess. But it doesn't matter because, I mean, the WHO, which is really, I mean, the thing that I wouldn't do is, you know, add all the links in. And here's one of the things I found from one of their, presentations is their link. And I think this is where this is how I ended up with that confidential Pfizer document, is because in one of their presentations is the link to their entire vaccine spread. So it's their vaccine spreadsheet of like adverse effects, like which vaccines in which clinical trial, there's the separate name for the clinical trial, all of those different things. And so I mean, somehow I found that. So it says, you know, so it tells you which ones are in phase 4 clinical trial. But also that's how I found out about the phase 1. They just kind of like paused it and stopped it. So like the WHO are keeping track of all of this stuff. Like the WHO aren't like just negligent. They have all this. They have all this centralized. They have all this disseminated to all of the countries and to all of the countries' health organizations. There is a global conspiracy to stop this from coming out into the public because they have the information. They're collecting the information. You can find the information, but they're not telling people these people died. They're not telling people are getting Bell's palsy in the trials. They're not telling people. So the governments, the internal governments are blockading information. Now, I mean, I'm not trying to say that the WHO are good people. The WHO are bad people too. But the WHO can get around by saying, well, you know, we told them. It's just a mess. It's a mess. And the more I write, the more of a big freaking mess it ends up being. Like you just go one thing after one thing after one thing after one thing. Now, I can't remember whether we went through the FunVax stuff or whether I just dropped it last week. Let me just, I can't remember whether I had. Let me just check, because this is quite interesting. Have I spoke about I can't remember what I spoke about. This is quite bad. Sorry, guys. No. I'll try to just Google. I tried to check in. I think I did, didn't I? I talked about how it is CRISPR tech, the DNA. No. Can everyone remember what I spoke about on Wednesday? Because this is quite interesting. I can't remember, so I'm going to say it again anyway. Sorry, guys, if I said it before. Right. So I'm just checking. Because this is important. Okay, so I can't. I was going to share the screen, but I'm not going to because I've woven laws into. I have to be really careful. I mean, it doesn't matter anyway because the freaking alphabet agencies are obviously watching it all, but they can't. It's tough shit because I've already screenshot the stuff. Right, so. One of the arguments that people are using now is the fact that, let me just swap this like this so I can read the screen. One of the arguments that people are talking about now is, they're talking about, we've spoken about it for ages, the fact that the vaccines are vaccines and they are, it's gene therapy. And it is gene therapy because it's CRISPR tech. And so I'm going to talk through bits of this because this seems to be the shill argument that's coming up, and the more we know, the better we can counteract those shill arguments when they show up. So I shared ages ago the Bill potentially, I mean, I think it's Bill Gates, but the fun vax video where an individual in 2005 is talking to the Pentagon as part of the Department of Defense project 194AZ2, which is about the fun vax, the fundamentalism vaccine. So I'm going to read through the bits of the injunction. So in which he explicitly states, here we have two brain scans. These are fMRIs. These are two different individuals with different levels of expression of the VMAT2. On top is an individual who's a religious fanatic, who has high levels of VMAT2. This individual has low levels of VMAT2 gene. This individual would self-describe as not particularly religious. In each case, these individuals were read a religious text. This individual lit up at the right middle frontal gyrus, and that's the part of the brain associated with theory of mind. And for those of you who were here before, do you remember, theory of mind is what they use with regards to you knowing yourself. So it's the experiment they do with young kids that if they stick like a little red dot on a kid's forehead, stick them in front of a mirror, if they touch the mirror, they haven't quite self-realized. So it's theory of mind is understanding yourself, seeing yourself from another point of view. And kids kind of don't develop this until later on. It's also something that is linked very heavily with autism and on the spectrum. So if a child doesn't develop theory of mind by a set age, between 2 and 3, then you've got a child with autism. So it's not that children with autism don't develop it, but they just develop it a lot later. So ideally, and you can see this if you look at cats and dogs, in the mirror, they will go for the animal that they see in the mirror. They perceive that they can't tell that that's themselves. So it's specifically targeting that, but it's also the same sort of area, which is where your reasoning skills. My dog does, but so Bruno will check himself out in the mirror. Smushy, I don't think will have a clue, and Loki just kind of like eyeballs it. But I think Bruno knows it's him. Or Bruno just thinks it's his friend. Who knows? But yes, so, I mean, the jury's out on dogs because dogs tend to be more advanced than I think we give them credit for. But it's also the part of the brain where you have your reasoning skills, your ability to discern information. So if you're going to brainwash anybody, that's where you go. Like that's where you go. That's where you want to target. So do you remember me talking before? It's kind of like a chemical frontal lobotomy. The areas that they're targeting is your chemical frontal lobotomy. It's also, you know, where your pineal gland is, your third eye. So it's linked into you. It's linked into your spiritual connection with the big G, and all of those things kind of all happen in that teeny tiny little area. I mean, your big area of your brain, but really kind of localized. So if you've got depression, anxiety, or PTSD, it's this part of the brain that lights up. When they were doing actual lobotomies, it was this part of the brain that they were like jabbing, you know, spikes into. Like, so it's this part of the brain that's really important. So it's also to do with that. So this is what it's saying on here, to do with intense beliefs and desires. In contrast, there's an individual who's not religious, and when they read religious text, what you see is that part of the brain called the anterior insula lights up, and that's the part of the brain that's associated with disgust and displeasure. So what they want to do is they want to rewire your brain so that when you think about things like God and religion and spirituality, rather than it bring you joy and the warm and the fuzzies, is it makes you feel sick and angry and like really hate that thing. So they want to turn everybody away. So, you know, good towards God, evil towards you know, away from God, towards Satan, if you like, but away from God. And then we've also got, you know, the subversion with regards to all of the other stuff that's going on in the background. You know, we're 3D, we've got to go 4D, and if we're serving others, we're serving, you know, we're being the stewards on earth as we should be. If we're serving ourselves, we're actually negatively polarizing, more likely to end up, you know, there's all of that going on as well, which they believe. Okay, so we have to, so whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. This is what they believe as well. Okay, so you know, it's, if you are investigating somebody who's murdered somebody, it doesn't matter that what they believe is different to you. It's their motive that's important. So I know some of you guys, some of you guys are like, well, I don't believe in aliens, I don't believe in Satan, or God. Like, it doesn't matter, because you've got to understand their motives. Whether you do or not, they do. Like if you know, when I've been working with somebody who believes they're being possessed, whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter, because they do. So yeah, and do you know what, Penelope? That's what was done to the majority of the people in the UK as well, to disregard the idea of God. That it was just bollocks, and it's not provable, and it's I mean, not necessarily discussed, but we never got that far. But yeah, so it's rewiring your brain. That's what they're doing. And you know, so they do this. So ABA therapy is something that they still do in the UK, which they use on children who have autism. Is they will electric shock them. So you can't get electric shock collars for dogs because that's inhumane, but you can electrocute an autistic child who hasn't quite figured out how to you know, say pencil or look at you when they're speaking. You know, that's ABA therapy. That's an approved therapeutic process for kids with autism in the UK. Still today. This isn't like, you know, in the dark ages. This is today. So what you can do is, you know, every time you think of God or hear religious texts, is you can electrocute somebody. You know, that's operant conditioning and classical conditioning. So that's all the stuff that Skinner was doing with the dogs, that they don't tell you that he was torturing the dogs. They didn't just randomly start salivating and he magically had this theory, like, you know, torturing the animals. This is why I literally had a weekend of crying my eyes out when I figured out how everything I know about psychology was basically discovered because they were torturing children and animals and like just torturing individuals. Like it's horrific. It's horrific. Anyway, Anyway, fix that afterwards. I can fix that afterwards. Okay, so the virus is going to immunize against the VMAT2 gene, and that'll have the effect, which is to turn a fanatic into a normal person. What this individual means by normal person is somebody who doesn't have a spiritual connection. So somebody who is purely in the 3D material world, focused on themselves, fueling the negatively polarized earth, so that they can enslave us forever. Because remember, this is their beliefs, right? The present plan and the tests that were done so far have used respiratory viruses such as flu or rhinoviruses. So what they've been doing since 2005 is they've been doing it in the flu vaccines anyway. And they will have been doing it in the flu anyway for decades, right? But they just haven't perfected it because it's short-lived. So this is the thing, is it's short-lived. So the FanVax video, I mean, if you go to Snopes, so I did say Snopes had said it's or maybe I did it in my head. I don't know. Like all my days are kind of merging together. Anyway, so the video was released in 2011 by Sergeant Joey Lombardi, who was part of an elite group called Combat Camera. So, everybody shared that video, but trying to find out sources, where it came from, things that were linked to it, trying to find all of those extra little bits of information was a little bit more difficult, especially as it was easier probably pre-2019 until things started getting scrubbed. So what he says, so it was his job to record everything that key decision makers would need to make educated decisions. Everything in the military is recorded. So raids, test flights, lectures, experiments, training sessions, aircraft maintenance, everything. So in late 2010, Joey Lombardi witnessed and taped a lecture by government scientists outlining a plan to create a viral vaccine that cures religious fundamentalism. So the 2005 must have been like the first experiment, and the reason why I believe that is because in 2007, 8, and 9 there were a hell of a lot of studies into VMAT2 and the God gene, right? So they put the proposal out. They then went hard at the testing, and then in 2010 they would have done another presentation. But we haven't seen that one. That's not the one we have. So the other thing that Sergeant Joey Lombardi released was a series of documents which report different clinical studies surrounding the VMAT2 genes. And one of the studies that exists, that I now have, is a study into using genetic engineering to purposely alter spiritual and or religious experiences, right? So this is from 2009. So the kind of like tagline is, one neglected area is the potential use of genetic engineering to increase human spiritual or religious experience. Now, if you can increase something, you can decrease something. And that's what happens with epigenetics. You can turn something on or turn something off. So you can enhance it or not enhance it. So what we know is for decades, Bill and Melinda Gates were backing research into the use of gene editing in agriculture. So you test on food and animals where you can. So CRISPR tech is the kind of DNA altering stuff. It's also the same stuff that's used in the mRNA vaccines. Even though they say it isn't CRISPR, it is. It's a different type of CRISPR. Hey, questionable man. New fish, do you look like your snot? Is that like snot? I haven't got snot coming out of my nose, have I? Hopefully not. So they deliver mRNA coated in lipid fat into cells. So one of those lipid fat cells is the AO, not the washing machine company, ALC 0315, which is the carcinogen that's highly toxic. Once inside your body, use instructions in the mRNA to make the SARS-CoV-2 spike proteins. So they're made in the nucleus, then exported into the cytoplasm, where the spike protein is made. So it just keeps making it, right? So one gene, what they put here, so this is her wording because it's on a video. So in general, one gene, the DNA for one gene, can be transcribed into mRNA molecule that will end up making one specific protein. So it is triggering. I mean, anybody who says it's not gene therapy, I mean, to just, I don't understand how you can say that that's not. Anyway, so what they're saying is it's not CRISPR because it's not gene therapy because they're not going into the gene. Well, you know, that gene therapy is when you like take a gene and you cut it and you splice it. No, that might have been what it was, but that's not what it is now. So what it is now is that they can turn genes on or off without altering the sequence. So they alter they trigger different proteins being produced. Hence, you know, spike protein. It literally says it's going to produce a spike protein in your body. CRISPR technology gets your body to produce a protein that's a different protein. I don't know. I can't even, when people are like, well, it's not CRISPR because you just, it literally says it's going to get your body to produce this spike protein without giving it the virus. How the fuck do you think it does that? Like, just by magic. I'm just going to look at you and then your body's going to automatically just randomly produce this thing, even though it doesn't know how to. Like, I genuinely get to a point where I have to remind myself that everybody's brainwashed. Because I'm not like I'm not an intelligent, I mean, I just read a lot until I kind of grasp a concept, and I have an understanding of when somebody says your body's going to produce this protein. I'm like, well, but my body didn't produce it before, so you're doing something weird. that's not all. It's not a natural protein. You got to be doing something to my genes to make that happen. Yeah, how can you? It confuses me. Anyway, another piece of the science that was quoted, which was linked to that initial document drop by Joey Lombardi, literally says, messenger RNA is an intermediary between gene and protein, and the protein elicits the immune response, not the RNA. The contents of this shot being given on an experimental basis is a synthetic messenger RNA that is inserted into the human system to activate the cell to manufacture, in this case, a spike protein. An mRNA vaccine is not a vaccine because it does not elicit an immune response. What it is genetic engineering. And here's the thing, they've actually changed the definition of what a vaccine does. They've included, they're way ahead of this. They changed the definitions, but it doesn't matter, because I just, at what point does somebody like read those things and go, well, that's not CRISPR technology then, is it? Literally, CRISPR says it's this. The mRNA vaccine said they do this, which is exactly the same as this. How is that not the same? And how, and if it's not a vaccine, it's classed as gene therapy under the European Court of Medicines, or whatever it's called. But as soon as it's a vaccine, it's not classed as gene therapy. Like, how is that? How does that make sense in law? That's like me saying, inside my house, I'm white, but outside my house, I'm not white. But inside my house, I'm Caucasian, but outside my house, I'm not Caucasian. Like nothing's changed. I'm still the same fucking person. Neither of those things make sense. Penelope, I'm not. I just read enough. I read a lot, and I am good at seeing through the bullshit. So, I mean, I love Peter Hyatt. I've mentioned Peter Hyatt a few times before. Like, Peter Hyatt is like, if you want a day just away from all of this insanity, like, he's worth like spending a day on his YouTube channel and just watching his stuff. And he looks at the words that people use. He doesn't look into behavior or anything like that with psychology. He literally looks at the exact words people are using, the order in which people are using the words, and he will like catch killers, right? And he says everybody confesses to their crime. You know, they won't do it in subtle ways, or they will, you know, accidentally say. I mean, his Maddie McCann videos are really kind of like, oh my god, these are awesome. But the same is true. And it wasn't until I started watching his videos that I was like, hey, do you know what? That's something that I was doing but hadn't realized. The same is true. Like, if you're having a conversation with somebody, the way that they talk about things is. And the order in which people say things and the way that people describe things, not just because they're confessing to a murder without confessing to the murder. And it's not the same as, you know, they're trying to get one over. Is actually, we're not that good at lying. We're not good at lying. If you look at it, you only have young nephews or nieces or your own children, like, they're really shit at lying. But actually, we never get any better. We just think we do. We think we do. We all have we will all say and kind of skirt the truth, or, I mean, the best lies are when you, and this is what the cabal is doing. Okay. So I've been paying attention to the lies that they've been telling. Is they've been telling the truth, but they've been taking facts, leaving bits of information out, and crossing facts over. So when Fauci explicitly said it is not CRISPR technology because the mRNA vaccines are not CRISPR technology because CRISPR is da 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 da. He says, you know, CRISPR is this, the vaccines are this. So he's telling the truth. The vaccines do not, da, 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 da. CRISPR technology does, da, 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 da. But he doesn't say, but CRISPR technology also does, which is what the mRNA vaccines do. So technically it is. So this is how but most people who commit the crime, I mean, you don't, even those who kind of plan it all out, I mean, they're not usually like masked like manipulators or wordsmiths, so they end up telling you exactly what they're doing. And when you look and when you read the scientific research and literature, and I know that we went through, like, you know, how to tell whether a piece of research is bullshit by going straight to the method section, but actually, you know, there's other things that go into that. Is you can tell when you're writing a piece of research, you will pull specific other pieces of research which fit your narrative. So from the introduction, from the first few paragraphs of an introduction, you can pretty much tell exactly what they're going to be finding out. So the way that you write research is you do your introduction last. You kind of you will do your methods, you will get your results, You will hide the results that you don't want people to know about. You will pull in the introduction, the people that you want to pull into your conclusion, because you can't introduce new information into your conclusion. So all of these pieces of scientific information, they're telling their own story. They're telling a story. So it's the same as when you do marketing and sales, and you tell a story. And the person who tells the best story makes the most money. And that's the same with scientific research. That's the same with Fauci and all of the people who are the cabal who are lying. They're telling the best story. They're telling one with emotion. They're talking about the pitfalls and the dangers, and they have the solution. Like, it's everybody is just telling warped perspective stories. And the difference between people like you and I, who were looking at the facts and going, yeah, your story is emotional bullshit, this is the facts, is that there's only a few of us rather than all of us collectively saying it together. And we're not using emotion. So the same as a 50-year-old balding man goes and buys a few £1 million bright red Ferrari because because all of a sudden he's having an emotional breakdown. On his drive home, he is then figuring out, well, it's fuel. I mean, they're not, but so he buys with emotion, and then he drives home and tries to logic it out so that he comes home and he can convince his partner. But he bought on the emotion. So everybody's bought into the vaccines on emotion. And so when we're telling our story, we have to also sell the emotion. The emotion is the fact that everybody's been brainwashed by this global cabal for profit, and they're all profiting, and people are dying, and they're covering that up. Like, these are facts weaved in with, you don't count, your child doesn't count, these people don't count. They're telling us they have these 6 Sage's 6 recommendations from September 2020. It must be beneficial. Like, it isn't. It isn't. So the CRISPR tech. Now, the other thing with the vaccines is that it also links on to, so this is how we know it links on to the dementia gene. It specifically targets APOE2, which is the dementia gene, which they've figured out in 2019 to turn off, but they didn't put that in the mRNA vaccines. But what the good news is they know how to. So anybody who's getting dementia from the vaccines, maybe they can turn it off. And so I keep saying, I did say this before, because I remember leaving on a high that we must be able to undo it. Must be able to undo it. Also, what I've written today, so you definitely didn't talk about this the other day. So you know how they're talking about aerosols, and we don't know how far things travel. And I kind of alluded before that that's not quite true, because when they did Operation Cauldron on the 1960s, they were specifically trying to see how far the Black Plague could travel. That's what they were doing when they were doing it off the coast of Scotland. They were seeing how far it dispersed, in open air. They also tried to see how far things dispersed in London Underground when they released the anthrax. Well, not anthrax, but it was a genetically similar component to anthrax, which is also dangerous. So for them to not know, so masks, with the whole mask stuff. So this is like, there's no way the UK government did not know how far these microbes, depending on its size, would spread, because since the 1960s they've literally been testing all of these different things. So what happened to all of their research? Like, they're all just stupid. They're all stupid, and everybody forgets all these things or didn't know these things. They're just all, I'm just fed up. I'm fed up with the lies, I think. And I don't think Bill Gates, I mean, I still don't think Bill Gates is this big. I told you about the mosquitoes, didn't I? Yeah, they kill. Like, mosquitoes are like bees. I don't think Bill Gates and Melinda Gates are these super bad. So we got to look behind Bill Gates, and he was it Bill's mum put him in touch with Warren Buffett when he was young. Warren Buffett's huge into eugenics as well. It's such a fucking mess, and it's hard because you can't put together something that, like, sounds like, well, Bill Gates has connected this person and this person, and I need to show that one individual has so we're going to be showing that one individual is connected to all of these organizations, and that's dangerous. We don't have monopolies for a reason, but actually when it comes to money, to farmland, to what we can eat, to all of these things with regards to our health, this one guy has got all his fingers in all of his pies. I mean, we know it's not his fingers and not his pies, but that's not the point, right? He's profiting from all these things. But it's insane, because I just didn't know it was going. I think this is the thing, is it's more insane because I considered myself somebody who was paying attention. I genuinely believed that I was paying attention to what was going on. Like, I knew there were corrupt individuals in the government. I knew the NHS was sold off by Tony Blair. Like, people are still trying to convince you that that's what the Conservatives are doing right now. Like, Tony Blair sold off the NHS in 2007. Like, that is documented. Like, he created Public Health England, which is a private organisation which got contracts with all private organizations and has been bleeding the NHS dry ever since, right? So people are still saying now the door. I mean, I'm not saying that they're all disgusting, they're all corrupt, but just in case you're wondering, like, Tony Blair sold off the NHS. But it's a fucking communist thing anyway, so who cares? It's just it's like a big incestuous, like, and you just don't think. I mean, you don't think somebody accused of killing and torturing Ethiopians would be in charge of the WHO, but they are. Like, you don't think a paedophile would be in charge, like, and I say open because Biden is hardly hiding it. Hunter, I mean, his laptop's been knocking around since 2019. Like, this is not this, like, they used to be hiding it. They used to get away with it, but everything is in our faces, and they're still getting, like, you just look at the people who are asleep and you're like, but how are you still asleep? Like, I get in 1909 when GlaxoSmithKline bought all of the media out, and every single journalist is also, MI6, CIA. CIA didn't exist yet, but MI6, MI5, all of those intelligence agencies. I get when, the only thing you could do for the news was read your local newspaper. But even back then, like, people were more switched on back then. Like, they knew people were corrupt compared to now. I don't understand why people automatically assume because somebody's in a position of power, they're just good. Like, Why would you automatically assume, well, they must be good people because they're politicians, or they must be good people because they're like in charge of, like, why? Like, people are arseholes. So, I mean, statistically, some of them have got to be arseholes. Like, all of the arseholes are banded together. Like, you just don't. It just, they have to. People just have to be choosing. People have to be choosing to not see. And then, what do they expect is going to happen? What do they expect is going to happen? Like, if I just don't pay attention, I can go back to being a slave. I don't understand. I'm really confused by society. Really confused. And I don't know what they were doing in the 60s and 70s. So 60s and 70s, really weird time. I mean, they were like, LSDing and spiking everybody. But if you look, so my interest in understanding people kind of stemmed from my own traumatic events. And I genuinely, I really started investigating serial killers. I wanted to know whether, because I'd experienced like bad things, was that, and I mean, I wasn't a pleasant person for a while. I wanted to know whether I was just, or like that was it, whether I was broken and I was going to just one day wake up and just go on a killing spree. Because that's the stuff you get told, isn't it? Like, they were abused or whatever was going on, and that's the reason they killed. And they don't say that it's only like tiny percentage of people who go and do that. So that's why I kind of like started looking into it. But actually, there was loads of serial killers just randomly out of nowhere in the 60s. They never, lots of opportunistic murderers. And they say, well, we just weren't tracking them and we weren't paying attention. And potentially, there may have been some, but there was just an explosion of serial killers in the 60s. It just happens to be when they were, Operation Artichoking, which ends up being, later down the line, MK Ultraing people, but they just all stopped as well. Like, does anyone else think that's really weird that all the serial killers, like, they just stopped? I mean, we get spree killers still, I mean, in the US, because they're trying to take your guns. Bearing in mind, the criminals don't really give a shit whether guns are legal or illegal. Like, in the countries where we don't, like in the UK, we don't have spree killers anymore. Even though the criminals still shoot each other, it's only in the countries where guns are legal do you get spree killers. I mean, it just doesn't make sense, does it? But the actual serial killers, other than the government, I mean, you hear about the angels of death, Harold Shipman. But I mean, they're still going. They're still doing it. You got the Hammersmith twins. That was the 80s. We had all this satanic stuff came out in the 80s. It's still happening. It's still happening. Like, none of this stuff has gone away. The only difference is the people who are reporting it or not. So what's happening to all these people? This is crazy. And how do people just forget? Like, I don't understand how people just forget all the time. Like, you have a conversation with someone, oh yeah, like, well, do you not remember like the Moors murderers? Like, the Moors murderers, definitely part of the fucking satanic cabal. Fred and Rose West, definitely part of it all. No, nobody remembers those two huge satanic sick kid torturing couples, and then thinks, oh yeah, well, this is interesting. Did you know that the West were very influential with who they knew? I mean, that information's out there. The people, the Moors murderers, she was blonde, bleached blonde hair, and just programmed. It just, like, everybody forgets the history, and the history is important because it shows you how long these things have been going on. And the only reason why the Wests were caught is because they were thrown under the bus. The only reason why the Moors murderers were caught were because they were thrown under the bus. Because the only reason why Tony Blair is being spoken about in the Pandora Papers is because he's been thrown under the bus. The only reason why they're talking about Bill Gates is because he's been thrown under the bus. Because they cover everything else up. So this brings us right back around to Bill Gates. Is he's not the kind of like, so many people are like, it's all Bill Gates. Like he's like, it's not him. Like he just happens to be the individual. I mean, the clone, the robot, whatever the fuck he is. It's not Bill Gates. He didn't create Microsoft. He's not this fucking eugenic mastermind. He isn't. He was some awkward, autistic child who was being used and manipulated, and is not even the same individual that he was back then. It's just not. So anybody who's saying we are going to be saying this Bill Gates person has got all of this power because his name's there. But I'm under no impression that he actually has anything to do with it. The people who we're not naming are the fucking Queen. We're not naming, Obama. We're not naming the people who are behind the scenes, the names of the people that we don't know about, like some of those that we randomly found thanks to the World Health Organization and their little links. Thanks for that. Like Qatar. Who knew Qatar were behind some of this stuff? Where did they come from? Frontman. Yeah. They aren't being labeled. Yeah, they're just not. And it's not. But here's the thing is, did the serial killers stop because they were failed? It's my personal take on what was going on is the serial killers were failed brainwashing experiments. That's what they were. They were failed experiments gone rogue. So serial killers who, Dahmer, John George Haig, who's the acid bath murderer, like all of the so Ted Bundy, yeah, so just loads of them. So one, they need the media need fear. They need a reason for us all to be afraid. So yeah, one of the reasons what they're talking about is they need us all to be afraid. The reason why they were talking. So my undergrad dissertation was all on funny enough, was on the media. My undergrad dissertation was on the media and how. Oh, I actually had it out the other day. Let me give you my actual dissertation title. Okay. So it was an exploration into the social construction of gang culture within British society, drawing conclusions from discourse analysis on news articles. So gang culture is a social construction. So that's pretty much what I was able to show, that gang culture is not real. Like, it's not real. I mean, yes, there's young lads who are in a group, but actually, you know, the way that it's portrayed in the media, and with a specific focus on knife crime, and the way that they villainize and the language they use to describe individuals, is the same as what happened in World War II, what Hitler was doing with the Jews, what happened in the Rwandan genocide, what's happening right now with the unvaxxed, is if you read the media and you don't base what you're seeing, you don't base your perceptions on what you actually see in the world, is you could be forgiven for thinking that you go out and if you're unvaxxed, you're being lynched, right? You're barred from everywhere. I mean, I went to a fucking boxing match. I still never worn a mask. I've never done a COVID test. I've not been vaccinated. I was asked, have I done those things? And I just went, no. By the COVID marshal. I was just like, no. And she's like, well, we're not enforcing it. And I was like, well, like, do it. Like, tell me I need to be tested and I will just leave. Like, don't give a shit. I'll just claim my money back. I'm insured. So the perception in the media is that I couldn't go to that thing because I'm not vaxxed, because I don't wear a mask, because I haven't done a negative lateral flow, because I don't have all of these things. And there were people in front of us that went and showed their papers to get in, and me and Matt just went, no. And then the girl was just like, oh, we're not enforcing it anyway. And I was like, well, good, because I haven't done it. I'm not going to. So still out of the way, love. So even now people are like, well, you can't go here. And he's like, well, actually, I've never not. And so this is what they're doing. They're doing so well at manipulating people's perception. This is the brainwashing, manipulating people's perceptions. Even the awake people are being manipulated into believing these things. They're going along with it. They're filing exemptions. I need a religious exemption. I need an exemption on health grounds. Like, you don't need an exemption. You just say no. And I have the same conversations with the same people, and they would just fucking say no because they're breaking the law. Yeah, but I need to. No. You just say no because they're breaking the law. Like, people just aren't saying no. And the organizations just aren't saying, no, I say that. There are some organizations now just saying no. All it would have taken was the private health, the private care, what are they called? You know, the care homes, the private care homes could have all banded together and just said no to the government. And be like, you're breaking this law, we're not doing it. We're going to take you to court because you're not allowed to do that. And they didn't, because they're in on it, because they're getting the kickbacks. But that's all they had to do. So it's the law's the law. Like, I can't do 200 mile an hour down a motorway and then just be like, well, you know, I go to fucking prison because it's the law. And all of those, or everybody who's in an organization which is being told they need to have a vaccine, which is killing people, you'd be like, okay, well, be prepared, because corporate manslaughter, of which I will be holding you responsible. If I can't get you for anything else, I'll get you for corporate manslaughter. Like, they just did Alton Towers. That woman lost her legs. Like, this precedence is set for corporate manslaughter. There's so many different fucking laws, but all you got to do is just say no. You'd be like, okay, what's that mean? You got to tell me why you're sacking me. I've got 20 years worth of experience. I've got 20 years worth of proof, of glowing reports. And I am refusing this one thing because it's against the law for you to force me to do this. So you're breaking the law. I don't give a shit what the government's doing. You're breaking the law. These are the laws. I'm telling you, these are the laws. You do this, you're breaking these laws. And I will sue you. Let me keep working. And where there's been 2 or 3 people in an organization who said that to their organization, the organization has gone, well, we're just probably not going to enforce it. Everybody just needs to stop shitting themselves and just say no. That's all that anybody had to do in the beginning, was just say no. So we're talking about serial killers, right? So I do believe that they were failed MK Ultra experiments, because if you think about so if you think about the things that they were doing, and so, you know, with the Moors murderers and the Wests and Dark, like, they were doing things that we know goes on in a lot of the satanic kind of rituals and cults. Like, how can you so you can't describe things that you've never seen or heard. You can't imagine things that you've never seen or heard. Like, you just don't. This is why some people are living in complete ignorance and bliss, because they're just tuned out. So in order for you to so this is not like the whole what came first, chicken and egg. Is you can't draw something you've never seen. Well, and you won't imagine something in your subconscious that you've never seen, and it might be on a film, it might be on it, but you just don't. And so even if you were going to do a pink spotty elephant, you understand what pink is, you understand what spots are, you understand what an elephant is, and you pulled all those things together, right? But you know what a dragon looks like, you know what a monster can be, like random arms, but you wouldn't. They're very specific. All of them were very specific about what was going on. So the governments needed fear. So bearing in mind, World War II kind of finished, the Nazi experiments were going on across the world, and I've got the proof to show that we, the UK, and I think I did share that last week, they've got the proof to show that we, the UK, have incorporated Nazi medical doctors into our university, funnily enough, into those universities, from Operation Paperclip, but it wasn't Paperclip over here. Don't know what it was called, but it's the same thing. And they were all brainwashing everybody, right? Because they were trying to make those major super soldiers. So this is now World War II is kind of finished, like 20 years. They're practicing. Now they need to do fear, because they need to get rid of guns. They need to scare people into handing over the DNA, which is exactly what happened with the Yorkshire Ripper. They got every single person in that town, or every single male in that town went and did a DNA test to prove that it wasn't them. So this is like huge data grabs already for like decades, right? Decades. So it's all about control. So you've got to be like, okay, so what is it what they wanted us to do with the serial killers? Well, they wanted us afraid. The same as what they did with Sarah Everett, who, you know, was murdered only a few months ago, is women being in curfews. And I said, the Green Party in Scotland are the most dangerous fucking party. They're now in a coalition, and what are they doing? They're trying to put women in the home, trying to put women in curfews. It's sick, twisted mother effers. The Green Party are disgusting individuals. They are anti-women. Like, that guy is vile. So, you know, women can't be trusted. They need to separate men and women. They need to remove just, there's so much going on at the same time. It's so difficult to keep track of it all. But they're just serial killers don't just absolutely no more baby making, but they don't just, you know, you don't just wake up one day and you're a serial killer. Like, and even statistically, even if you are being abused for years and years and years, you don't then go out and just start randomly killing other people. You usually kill yourself, or you kill the person who harmed you. Like, it's I know spree killing, I don't believe any of the spree killings are natural. From what I know now with false flags, I don't believe that's natural at all. They are turned on to do that. Because when you understand people and psycho, like you don't just randomly wake up and be like, I'm gonna murder like 400 people today. I'm just gonna go shoot loads of people. I mean, with brainwashing, conditioning, like, so they're all created specifically on purpose. So I would suggest the reason why we don't see serial killers is because they're just not necessary at the moment, though there are 6 mother effers who are killing people, like multiple people, and you know the satanic cults are sacrificing people, and there are people like murdering, you know, there are people vaxing people non-stop. So it's not that there aren't people killing lots of people right now, but just the cabal doesn't need them, which is why they're not here at the moment. Who knows? Well, I mean, they're using terrorists, aren't they? That's what they use at the moment, is they use terrorists. So there will be, you know, a suicide bomber, because there's everybody's thinking about terrorism. Nobody's thinking about serial killers. Maybe they'll do a serial killer. Who knows? Maybe that's what will show up next. I wonder why they threw Harold Shipman to the bus. Because he was doing a really good job at, you know, thinning the herd for them. I suppose they didn't, did they? That was the daughter. The daughter kind of didn't believe him when because he'd convinced everyone to sign over their money, hadn't they? But they killed him. So they you know, they killed him. Like he killed himself. Yeah, of course he did. Because who was he going to name? Who were they all going to name? Like, it's just, it's great. Like the entire cabal is just insane. I want it all out because it's stressful. So the other thing I wanted to do today before we finish was I wanted to where's it gone? That's what I need to find. Share some stuff from my therapy. Give me a second. So I shared with you the other day, like the kiddie therapy book. This is the adult one. This is like 600 pages. This is what they get, like the manual, literal manual for like happy life. But so been revamping it as I've been on this journey. Oh, sorry, I've just got these chairs stuck. Oh, for Pete's sake. Poor Pete. Poor Pete. There we go. So as I've been on this journey, kind of like finding all these declassified files and all of those things, they're important. So, you know, I mean, I knew before that food wasn't good for us, but I didn't know before it was purposely poisoned. You know, that's what Kissinger wanted. So I don't go into complete conspiracy stuff, like, because that would just freak some of my clients out. But to be fair, 99% of my clients are way ahead of me on this entire conspiracy journey. But the main thing that's been revamped is week 11, because that's all about finding your spiritual you, which week 11 is like 130 pages in itself. It's a big fucking week. But actually, so I wanted to share just a little bit from it with you, because this is important. So this is about kind of subversion stuff. I've got to post this out. I can't find it on the so I'm just going to read it from here. Right. So I've mentioned before Sefer Yetzirah and the Tree of Life and the Kabbalah and tarot, and Ra, right? So, and we've spoken about Hebrew. I don't know what that is. But I want to kind of, so it's in, as I've been finding things out, that's what I've been sharing. So all of the stuff that I've been kind of sharing is because this is where it's going. It's going in here to help people use it in order to support themselves back to a place of feeling good. But it's really important because we're on this journey too, right? And I say all the time, the most important thing you can do is make yourself feel good. So I want to share just little bits of this so that you can kind of see how things fit together, and then use these things should you want to or need to. And I know I did the full there's the 3 hour of how to heal kind of start to finish. And I kind of give you like a whistle stop tour of every single kind of like 12 weeks, like key techniques that you can use each week. But this is kind of in depth because this is so powerful. Okay, so there's 3 tools that were gifted to us by angels, aliens, I don't care what you want to call them, but big G through other entities. The first was the tarot, which is ancient Egypt. The second was astrology, and then I think it was astrology, then Tree of Life, Kabbalah, or Tree of Life. I don't know. They all kind of came around different times together, depending on kind of where you read. But different entities, different periods of time, but they all do the same thing, right? So first, I'm just going to go through in as we're doing it in the book, right? So the Tree of Life. So first off, what is the Tree of Life or the Kabbalah? So the Tree of Life is something which we see worldwide as a symbol for eternal life and longevity. In essence, the Tree of Life symbolizes creation itself. However, it's more than just a symbol. It's a guiding path which enables us to both heal and master the power of the universe. The Tree of Life is made up of 32 paths of wisdom, so 22 conscious pathways and 10 distinct stoppage points of consciousness. So while it's most often connected to the Christian and Jewish faiths, it's recorded as far back as the Mayan and Aztec, ancient Greek and Persian civilizations. So the entire array of the seraphot in the Kabbalah are known as the Tree of Life. The word Kabbalah simply means to receive, and in this sense, to receive the understanding of creation through utilizing the 22 letters and the 10 numbers of the Hebrew alphabet to create as the Lord created earth. So we're going to discuss the Tree of Life or Kabbalah using the Jewish understanding of Sefer Yetzirah. It's believed that Sefer Yetzirah was communicated to Abraham by God 2000 AD, and it was passed orally down through the ages. So those outside the Jewish faith will have heard of the Torah, but very few have heard of the Talmud. However, both are utilized in the Jewish faith with equaling levels of importance. The Torah is said to be the written words of God given to Moses and tells the story of the Jewish people. The first 5 books contained in the Old Testament of the Bible are those which are written in the Torah. And the difference between the 2 holy books of the Christian and Jewish faith is that the Bible continues for a further 41 books depicting the life of Jesus Christ as the Savior returned. Whereas those who follow Judaism believe the Savior is yet to come back to earth. So the Talmud is a collection of works which covers Jewish laws, practices, ethics, customs, biblical interpretations, and history. They are the oral depiction of God's words. And like most ancient understandings, the Talmud was traditionally passed orally. And it was not until around 70 BC that it was written down. And due to this, it was much harder to corrupt than the Bible or the Torah. So the Sefer Yetzirah is a part of the Talmud. And in recent years, many ancient teachings have surfaced which contradict the teachings in both the Torah and the Bible. A word slightly altered, a few lines of text removed, complete books hidden from view. Each of these alterations changes one ability to truly understand the teachings laid out in these books. And much like in today's society, which has weaponized knowledge so that a small few may prosper and control others. Unfortunately, the same is true for the teachings contained in religious texts, which are disseminated to the public. So it's believed that the Torah was both weaponized by redaction, so portions removed, and contains teachings which are influenced by negatively polarized beings. So we've kind of spoke about that before with regards to, Moses and his 10 Commandments. We also spoke about, I think I actually put this in here. So give me a sec. Let me see if I think I put this in here. Anyway, so take, for example, oh yeah, I did. I did put some communities of in here. So take, for example, the 10 Commandments as laid out by Moses. So 10 things which state, thou shalt not. In the very first few words, we see limitations on our free will. Our free will, above all else, is most important. It's your free will which guided you here. It's your free will to take all you've learned so far and implement it or not. No one has the right to infringe on your free will, the same as you have no right to infringe on another's. Now, that's not to say Moses was a negatively polarized person. He was, in fact, very much a positive, loving, and caring individual who, in his pursuit to teach and free his people from slavery, caught up in proving what he knew, and in this, his focus shifted from service to others into service to self, weakening his word, his faith, and his connection to the Creator. This allowed the negative polarized entities to influence his communication. I haven't put this in the book, but this is that Orion entities. This is when they first this is when Earth wasn't under the protection of the Confederation, so it wasn't closed down. So when Tori talks about the biodome, it's actually like you can't get in or out because the Orion group showed up 3,600 years ago. They started doing lots and lots of bad stuff. Then 300 years later, Federation people came down because they had. So it's our free will to choose good or evil, but what they were doing was brainwashing and removing our free will. So this is why I believe what's going on right now is there's lots of good aliens helping, because what the cabal's doing is removing our free will, and that's like you just don't do that. That's not the rules of the game, because they're always it's a fucking game for everybody else. And according to Ra, we'll all have a big old chuckle once we die, and I'll be like, it's not fucking fun down here, mate. Not fun down here. Anyway, so by around 539 BC, not only was much removed from the original teachings laid out in the Torah, the final version was also jumbled so that it no longer followed the correct format. So changing the specific order of the teachings laid out in the Torah is the same as me delivering the EFL program with the weeks mixed up rather than laid out as they are. And you may have some small wins, but you would not have experienced the same depth and longevity in healing. You would not truly understand how everything fits together. You'd still be struggling, hoping and possibly praying for a solution to your problems. Like, it's true. It's true. So it is said that should the Torah be unjumbled and recreated in the correct order, we would have the power of creation within our hands. So that's the first 5 books of the Bible, right? We could not only create life, as many have tried in the past, but literally create other worlds. So, in fact, one such well-known spiritual teacher successfully unjumbled the mess of confusion, myths, truths, and order. So, in Enter Stage Right is our little J, Jesus. So, Jesus, a child, much like us all, went through various trials and tribulations in his early years, experiencing conflict and catalyst, which saw him leave his home to find himself. This is the story. This is, if you've ever done any kind of marketing or sales, the hero's journey. The hero has to leave. He has to go off. He has to figure shit out. And he goes through external achievements, and then he has an internal transformation. Like if you want to sell something, you do a hero's journey. It's all fucking stories. It's all stories. So, as part of his inner work, he vowed to become a great rabbi. During these years, studying, wandering, and interacting with those around him, he discovered the truth of what had been corrupted. This truth is what he set out to teach us and free us from the enslavement of our minds, our hearts, and those who wish to cause us great harm. Unfortunately, both the Bible and the Christian faith was not spared from this weaponization. This corruption can be traced back to around 380 AD when Emperor Constantine of Rome sat on his throne. And I shared that with you when I found that piece of sneaky information. So at the same time, Constantine was ordering the invasion of many countries and performing one of the biggest land grabs in our recent past. With every conquest, the spiritual practices of the land were scrubbed, the teachings, cultures, and customs wiped out, the distorted teachings of the Bible were imposed on those they conquered, and within a few centuries, the words of Jesus, gifted to us to set us free, became the tool which once again enslaved us. And when you look back at lots of ancient civilizations and, religions, if you like, they all have the same common themes. They do, regardless of where they are in the world, the same themes. And they just, everything was destroyed. It's sad. So ask yourself this: if God is all loving, all forgiving, and all caring, why would we be destined to spend eternity in hell if we make a mistake? I mean, I'm just fucking saying. So these contradictions are the easiest way to unpick the negative influences across all religious texts. So if you remember nothing else, remember this: words of love, compassion, and forgiveness are the ones which will set you free. Those housed in hate, retribution, and constraint seek only to hold you prisoner of your life, your future, and your eternity. You're a free being. Live freely, love freely, give freely. This is the way back to the Creator and back to the peace in your heart desires. So please understand this: you're human. You will make mistakes. You will get sidetracked. You will reject the teachings which will help you heal, and you guys will as well. Just so you know, because we're human. I don't know. Maybe some of us aren't. I don't know. I don't know how to tell. I mean, I've got a belly button, so I'm not a clone. I think. I don't. It's so bad, isn't it? I mean, this isn't in there. It doesn't talk about my freaking belly button in here. But this is all the stuff, like this fucking Tory shit that goes on in my head all the time. It's like, am I human? I don't know. I keep telling everyone we're all human, and then now I'm like, I don't know. Are we human? I don't know. So this does not mean that you can't be healed. It does not mean there's no hope for you. It does not mean you're a lost cause. Simply means you're on your journey, as we all are. So without the catalyst of negative events and experiences in our lives, we would not have the free will to choose another way, to choose to become the soul-led being we truly are. So it's my belief that there was a reason the Sefer Yetzirah was passed orally, not openly written and disseminated to the masses. Those holding the information had seen the corruption of both the teachings of Moses and Jesus. These words were sheltered until such time that they would be received without the intent to distort, to enslave, and to oppress others. Unfortunately, no, so Tor has said that clones don't, but she isn't as well. So, I mean, she was upgraded. But she also said she was blown apart and put back together. So how put back together? And how upgraded? I mean, these are questions. I mean, it doesn't matter. She is who she is. I mean, I think we all just want to know for ourselves, don't we? As in, like, am I real? Am I a hologram? Does my clone life matter? I don't know. But yeah, but she did say that clones traditionally don't have a belly button. But she isn't. Yeah. Sorry. Yes. So unfortunately, there is evidence that not long after committing the words of the Sefer Yetzirah to paper, it too was redacted, obfuscated, and influenced by those with nefarious intent. It's believed this corruption occurred around 209 CE, so less than 200 years before the corruption of the Bible. Not content with just corrupting the Sefer Yetzirah, those seeking to hide the truth also created purposely fake Sefer Yetzeras. So this is how you know this Sefer Yetzirah is really important, is they tried to stamp it out completely. They made fake ones. There were like 200 odd going around from when I was diving into it. There's like over 200 fake ones. It just, they really tried to subvert it. So also with Tori, like she was attached to that gold clock computer thingy. So maybe they're looking for more people with similar sorts of DNA. Maybe that's what they're looking for. Maybe they're looking for somebody else to control the clock and turn back. I don't know. If we turn the radio to a certain frequency, will our molecules just follow? I mean, they could do. Absolutely. I mean, technically it's true. Yeah. I mean, I know. My brain's just, it can't. The problem is, my brain will jump around far too much. Sometimes I kind of just want to be able to just focus on one thing. But every time I read or write or do something, my brain will just join shit together. And I'm like, I don't need to, like, I wasn't even thinking about that now. Like, I don't need to think about belly buttons and clones. This is not what I'm reading. I'm paying attention to this. It's funny. My clients are hilarious. They have to. So my old clients have to pre-warn my new clients the way that my brain works. So in recent decades, much work's been done to discover the true understanding of the Sefer Yetzirah, and a consensus has been reached that the Ari Gra version, commonly known as the Gra version, is the most authentic. So just for those of you, so my clients, when we work together, they have to understand they have to understand the what, the why, the how, the entire thing. Is you can't have free will to choose a different way unless you have the understanding. So they get an education. They get an education of they are better trained in helping people heal from mental illness than the majority of people who are mental health professionals. They get a crash course in understanding chemistry, psychology, epigenetics, like all of those things, because you can't create serotonin in your body, which makes you feel good, unless you understand which foods have selenium and tryptophan and why that's important, and all of those things. Like, it's so this, if you're like, well, why is she giving them a history lesson if she's just mental health? So they need to understand these things. Also, I will give everybody a start, but then you have to go and figure stuff out for yourself, because this is important. And this is why Q, and this is why Tori, she's doing it the right way, is we can do something on blind faith, but until we invest in something and we put our time in something and we put our energy into something and we find something that helps us understand, is we actually don't buy into it. So mass brainwashing takes decades, but to undo it, you just need to kind of like drip feed information and give somebody a nudge, and then somebody will figure shit out for themselves and they can break the spell. It's really powerful. So hopefully you guys are getting little tidbits of, I can go, and this is, so you can cut through the mess and the noise, because I've been through lots of the jargon already. But this is, again, like Mike, it's my client's journey to choose. Is your like, it's your free will to choose what you do with this information afterwards. But I just finished recording week 11 today. I mean, it's taken me 6 weeks. So for those of you, like, so my microphone imploded, my webcam imploded, my PC imploded. All of these things have happened every single time I've tried to record the new week 11. Like, I've had 6 weeks of complete technological breakdowns. I got my second random throat infection. Like, I turned on the camera, I did 10 minutes and my throat swelled up. So there have been like non-stop psychic, energetic attacks on me trying to get this week 11. I started doing this March this year. March this year, and it has been like shit thrown at me non-stop trying to get this out there. So when I was recording it today, they got a very big message saying you need to tell your people this, like all of you guys too. So this is why I'm sharing it with you, to this kind of extent. Bits of it, I mean, you don't need all of it. I mean, it depends how unwell you are, but but these are the bits that when I was recording it gave me full on angel bumps, and then I got the kind of, this is what you need to share. But just in case you're wondering why you're getting a history lesson, it's important. It's important. Anyway, so because the Gra version is the most authentic, this is what we are using. So this is what I'm basing it on. So the Sefer Yetzirah is simply a guide which helps us to successfully go within so we can reconnect with all that we are. The Sefer Yetzirah uses the words of God through the Hebrew alphabet and numerical system to focus and support this inner standing. These depictions are representations of letters and numbers being purposeful and having their own energetic power and frequency, the power, if you like, to create worlds. Both the Hebrew alphabet and the Sanskrit alphabet are believed to have been purely gifted from the Creator to man, both gifted at different times in our past and to different portions of the people of Earth. Both alphabets are not just letters and numbers, they are instead energetically created vibrational sounds, mathematical patterns which coincide with the very fabric of the universe. They are power by their very nature. And one of the things that kind of like came to me the other day, which I shared in Telegram, was what if the reason for destroying the Jews by the Nazis is as simple as removing the Hebrew language and the record of things like Sefer Yetzirah and the power to create worlds. And there's a specific meditation that will enable you to connect to. So Tori's been talking about recently, and so it's interesting because I've been in here, I've got about how ancestral memories in all of your DNA and all of those things. And so Tori was talking about it sometime last week, sometime this week, I'm not sure. So the Sefer Yetzirah meditation, the saying is very similar to a meditation you can do when you're trying to access your Akashic records, which is actually when you go from 3D physical plane and you end up in 8D. So 8-dimensional plane is where your Akashic records are, which is where like your entire history is. And you can access anybody's, you shouldn't, and you don't usually be able to access anybody else's, without a guide, and you shouldn't be asking for somebody else's information, but that's how you can access it. And they don't want us to have that, because if you know everything from your past and your ancestors' past and everything you've learned, everything you can tap into, everything, when you then step back into epigenetics, you just turn your genes back on. Like we literally have the power to create worlds. We create life just by having a bit of fun, right? Have fun. You create life. It's not hard when you know how. And even, when you're a virgin, you don't really know how, and it's still not that hard. Everything we need to heal ourselves is provided in nature. Everything we need to survive is provided in nature. You think the power to create whatever we want as sub-logos of gods is not available to us. It just is. So I know Tori was talking about they're trying to make this, that's what they're trying to do, is they're trying to unlock our DNA. It's not how it's done. It's not how it's done. You just need to meditate and go within and you can get it. You can get it if you want it. But you got to know which question to ask first. So both So much like the Earth is surrounded by a toroidal field of magnetic energy, much like we're surrounded by a toroidal field of magnetic energy when we speak using the letters which resonate with the frequency of creation. That's what Hebrew is. It's letters which resonate with the frequency of creation. That's what they are. We create further toroidal fields which project outwards. So in here it says, in week 10, you learned about how to connect your field to that of the earth to draw an energy, balance and calm your own being. And in week 5, you learned that simply standing without shoes on the grass in the mud for 20 minutes can quite literally change your energetic frequency as shown through functional magnetic resonance imagery brain scans. So the words we say about ourselves and others truly are influential in the world we create around us. And so that kind of leans into the rice and water experiments that were done by Yamoto. Or is that a car? I don't know. Right, somebody, he said nasty things to rice. He said loving things to rice. You say nasty things to water. We've got a hell of a lot of water in ourselves. Or you say nice things to water. Right. So did you know the word abracadabra translates to I will create as I speak? That the word spelling, something we use commonly across all schools in the home, means to cast a spell. It quite literally is spelling. So those of you who have been paying attention to Tori, the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet form the cube, which represents the universe, time, space, and the 10 numbers form the most basic concepts of existence. So cube, black cube, Mecca, cube, where did it come from? Cube, representation of time, space, universe. I mean, I just gonna leave that hanging. Leave that hanging. The letters and numbers together form the basis of creation. Quantity descriptions of a thing and quality numbers of a thing. Together, the 32 letters and numbers form the paths of consciousness, which if we follow, we can move closer to God, good, and away from evil, lack of God, towards Satan. So each of the 32 paths represent the 32 different times God's name, Elohim, is mentioned in the account of creation. So the first chapter of Genesis in the Torah. Elohim means God and gods. The Hebrews took the word from the Canaanites, which is an ancient people descended from Canaan, son of Ham, who's the son of Noah and Abraham. So it was quite interesting looking into religious. I didn't know any of this stuff. I had to start writing back in everything. Who lived near Jerusalem? The word is the plural of Eloah and related to El, as in House of El from Superman, who were on another planet, who descended to Earth, who have these crazy fucking powers, who's a god on Earth. They tell us all the fucking time. They tell us all the time, and we are just not paying attention. We're not paying attention. Within Genesis, there are 10 different times where it's expressed God said, and each of these sayings represent the creation of the world. These 10 sayings become the 10 seraphon, so the 10 numbers and 10 conscious stoppage points. The further 22 sayings represent the Hebrew alphabet, the 22 paths of wisdom we move through as we move closer to the Creator. So the 3 times where it's written God made parallels the 3 mothers. The 7 times it's written God saw parallels the 7 doubles, and the remaining 12 names parallel the 12 elementals. So you got fire, air, water, and earth. Now, when we combine all the different parts as described in Genesis, we get all 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. Importantly, it's made clear that none of the names of God, Elohim, mentioned in the Torah and also the Old Testament in the Bible, represent the Creator. Now, I've never read either of these through, because I read a little bit and then I just see the lies and I'm like, I just can't go with this as well. But it's very clearly expressed that the Creator is completely different to God. So God is different. And that mirrors what Ra says. Ra says God is the God of earth, which is different because the sun is a god, and it's a bigger god than the earth gods, and then we're all little gods on earth because we're all part of the creator, right? So the religious texts are saying this, if you're paying attention. I mean, it was good that I had the hidden hand stuff, which is from, you know, the Lucifer group, and their information, the Ra information, all of this kind of convalesced and coalesced together. So the creator is referred to as Ein Sof, which means infinite being or the infinite. Elohim simply refers to a physical manifestation of creation. So that's us as well. We are a physical manifestation of creation, not the person or the entity that creates. So God creating man in his image refers, this is really interesting, refers to man's physical body representing the 7 days of creation. So 6 days represented by man's 2 arms, 2 legs, a torso and sexual organs. The 7th day being the day of rest and the creation of our mind with its conscious veiling and the need for meditation, rest and reflection. And meditation, using specific meditations to pass through the veil into 8th D, into your Akashic records. So you see how Akashic records seems like some crazy spiritual thing. We can talk about Akashic records in a minute, and you'll see that they're actually mentioned in the Bible, as well as, you know, the Tree of Life. And it tells you how to do it. People just aren't paying attention because they changed the words. So just, you know, for those of you who don't know, so the Illuminati are, you know, one of the Cabal groups, have a specific branch called, you know, which is the woo-woo branch, what they called the New Age branch. So specifically subvert texts and change the names, make them to turn people of a religion away from the things in the Bible which are telling them how to access Big G, by convincing them that it's a cult, and a cult just means secret knowledge, but convincing them that it's satanic, right? They're not. This is millennia in the making. Millennia, at least 3,600 years. So similarly, the 32 paths are reflected inside the human body, with 31 nerves stemming from our spinal column and the 32nd representing the cranial nerves, of which there are 12 in total. Like 3, 6, 9. We'll talk about Fibonacci in a minute. So each letter of the Hebrew alphabet has an energetic numerical value, and all of the words in Hebrew language are constructed due to the energetic power of the word, which is awesome, isn't it? So using an online gematria capture, we can understand the value of the words that we use, and once we understand this, we understand the true nature of the power to create / manifest the future we desire. But be careful. This knowledge, when used to serve yourself, will only lead to you down to a path of negatively polarized events. And so negatively polarized means service to self. It doesn't mean you're then going to be the serial killer. It just means that you are serving yourself, and you're cutting yourself from, you know, serving others, which is where we kind of lean into traveling up the dimensions. So the choice is yours and yours alone. Please note, you are not expected to go and learn Hebrew alphabet, though you may if you wish. I mean, I tried, but I just didn't have the time. I genuinely didn't have the time. This history and understanding of the tool will enable you to utilize the Tree of Life so that it's purposeful, meaningful, and supports you in your quest of healing. On the next page, you find instructions on how to use the Tree of Life to help you move forward in your journey. And then I've got all the paths of wisdom. So, how do you use it? I'm going to go into bits of it. Right. So as with all things, there are 2 opposing merging forces which need to be harnessed to utilize the power of the Tree of Life. So these energies are masculine and feminine. So this is why the corruption of gender is so important at the moment. Because that's the key, masculine and feminine. So you need a man and a woman to create life. You need to balance your masculine and feminine energies, which you have, to enable you to penetrate the veil. You were born into one body, but you have both energies inside your body. The same as yin and yang. Like that's masculine and feminine. That's a whole. It's not two separate things. It's a whole, masculine and feminine energy. And the missing books and texts. Yeah, absolutely. So while your physical body may be either masculine or feminine, your inner self is both masculine and feminine. So those parts of yourself which are directional, logical, and future focused, even to the detriment of others associated with male energies. And when you get really trapped in male energy, you become, you're more likely to become, I mean, that's the kind of psychopathic banker politician style, trapped in service to self. Those parts of yourself which are contemplative, creative, and curious often follow to the detriment of ourselves. So you can be like all in on service to others and you're going to destroy yourself. So neither one's good if you're out of balance, right? So the same as both the man and woman is needed to create life, both the male and female energies within us need to be balanced harmoniously for us to be happy and healthy. So I'm not teaching my people, I'm not teaching them to create wells. I'm helping them become happy and healthy, right? So the right portion of our body emits masculine energy and the left portion emits feminine energy. And when we bring our hands together in prayer, joining both male and female energies, we're able to balance these opposing forces. Once balanced, we can harness and focus our magnetic energetic field. We can therefore focus the spiritual power contained within us out into the world in whichever direction we desire it to go. And one of the most powerful yoga poses is what they call the mountain pose, is when you are up. You are your own freaking pyramid. Just FYI, like that. Like, if you are literally, if you are outside in the grass with your arms up in the air, is you are pulling all of the energy from the earth up and through, and you are connecting yourself up and through. Like, that is like, you want to heal, like, take the earth's energy with you. I mean, it's quite tiring on your arms, but do that for 20 minutes if you can. Woo! Super invigorated. In truth, this left-right divide is not evenly split. So when people talk about reptilian, like, just ignore the fake science where people have just tried to make money off stuff, okay? Left and right thinking is helpful to kind of get, and it's not black and white. It isn't. Like, we are merged, but yes, it's a toroidal field, and magnetic, you do get a positive and a negative, and they are, but it's not like you just get like half your brain split down. Like, it's not that simple. It's not like half of you is one and half of you is the other. So just be careful about thinking it in that. Because then, I wonder whether, so here's what just pops into my head right now, is sometimes when people have a stroke, is they will become like blind to one side of their bodies. So like, you know, they will shave like half of their faces. They just don't, the other half of their body just doesn't exist. So I mean, could you, that'd be some interesting research. But also the left side of your brain is what moves the right side of your body as well. So it's kind of reversed. The same as when you look at things through your eyes, it's upside down, and then your brain turns it back round again and shoots it back out the way that you understand it. So our bodies aren't as simple as just half is one way and half is the other, because it's a hell of a lot more complicated than that. So when people try to really simplify it, people latch onto this idea of kind of just bullshit science because they're making money. Okay, just be careful. Be careful. It's the same as the entire imposter syndrome thing. I mean, there's multiple. I've been in multiple well-known publications talking about imposter syndrome being one of the biggest cons of the 70s, and the woman's still alive today. She's still making shitloads of money. It's just anxiety. That's all it is. She's just coined a phrase The only people who are going to ever experience imposter syndrome are the people who are trying to do something different, which triggers your anxiety response. So the people who don't get it are the people who are just happy. It's nothing to do with a specific disorder. This is how they subvert science all the time. All the time. That's what I want. That's what I want once the cabal's gone, is I want people to be able to, I want science to mean something. I love science. It makes me sad. It makes me sad. Okay, so it's also handy understanding left and right, because that's how the tree of life is set up. So you get all the masculine letters on the right hand side and all the feminine ones on the left hand side. So it enables us to harness the energy we need at a specific time to move towards the future that we desire in both the near and distant future. So let me just hold this up for you and I can skip back. So this is kind of what the, you see that? So these here are the stuff for thingamajobbies. So on the one side, the circles are the numbers, and the little paths in the middle are all the different Hebrew letters. So say, for example, you are feeling really out of balance, you're kind of trapped in your logical mindset, and you need a bit of creative energy, is you could do a meditation specifically focused on something on the left-hand side of the, so one of the feminine letters, and so each letter has a different understanding, and we'll talk about that in a second. But so you can tune into that to bring that more into your conscious and more into your life experience if you need to, right? Or if you need guidance, or you need a bit of, male gumption, or whatever it is you need, like that's how you can use it. So male right energy creates the heavens. It's your past. So if you're trapped in depression, you're trapped in your male energy. It's wisdom without understanding. So it's just like lots of words. You've got lots of knowledge, but you don't understand what any of it means. Female is the left energy, which creates the earth, which is verbal and our future. And so you're trapped in anxiety if you're kind of trapped in all your feminine energy. And it's understanding without wisdom. So it's all your feelings. You just got all these feelings, but you've got no idea what it means. And if you're trapped in your male, you shut down your feelings. And I went through that when I was kind of healing, as I shut down all of my feelings because it was too painful. So I got very trapped in all of my male energies, and it was very, and that's when I kind of started looking into serial killers, because it's very easy to see how, when you shut yourself off from feeling, how you can just not care if you're harming somebody else. And you would get progressively more violent or vicious or evil to elicit the same kind of reaction, because the more you do, the more you shut yourself down. Like, it's this entire weird side. I mean, I didn't do anything like horrific. I didn't get to that point. I didn't do any of that stuff. I'm a bit of a bitch, like a proper bitch. I wasn't a nice person, but I didn't do any evil things. So in order for us to increase our wisdom, which is without emotion, and understanding, we must use a specific type of meditation which oscillates between the left and right hemispheres of our brain, oscillating between the masculine and feminine, and oscillating between our past and present and our future. So most importantly, discover in our own time the knowledge that we're all connected, not just to humans, but all things connected energetically. So the Tree of Life teaches us that with the masculine, we create. So we design logically in our conscious mind. And with the feminine, we feel. So manifest the vibrations contained in our subconscious into our existence. So my clients have just been doing this because I've been teaching them, but I haven't been telling them why yet. So this is them understanding why. Okay, you guys are getting like the why. Like they will have been doing this, and just like crazy shit have been going on in their lives. So it says, much of this you've already learned to do over the past few weeks without consciously being aware of what you're doing. This gift is in all of us. It's a natural inherent ability. And so I shared before those kind of CIA files where they talk about the gateway process, which is the same thing. They use the Kabbalah. This is what the Kabbalah used in order to create the gateway process, in order to do astral projection, and all of those things, which is documented in the CIA files. Now I share bits of it in week 10 up here. So this is why it was hidden and subverted and hardly ever talked about. But this is exactly what they were using, which is how I found it. So it was the CIA files that kind of led me to this. So the same as we see, touch, hear, smell, and taste, our capacity to tune into the energetic stream of collective consciousness of all things, past, present, and future. Think for a moment about this statement. Have you ever known something was bad, was about to happen, but you didn't know how? Have you ever thought to yourself, I wonder how insert name is, and then they've contacted you? Have you ever given up looking for something you lost only to open a drawer, cupboard, or cabinet to find it, even though you checked there multiple times? None of these things are indications you're going crazy. They are instead indications you're becoming realigned with all that is. So remember, everything is energy, frequency, and vibration. What you feel is what you create. And so it's what you consciously think, and then what you feel is what manifests it and brings it about. So it says, are you ready to create? So you'll be able to find a tree of life and a Sefer Yetzirah image on the internet. So what I'm telling my people to do, my peeps, is to use the tree of life, figure out what's going on in their lives, decide whether they need to focus on bringing more masculine energy, more feminine energy, specifically with regards to breaking down the Hebrew alphabet. You deep breathe. I recommend what I call the Taurus meditation. I don't know whether it's got a different terminology, but that is the one where you kind of tune into the Earth's magnetic field. So put your feet on the ground, imagine yourself drawing up the white light, imagine your energy going round, imagine the Earth's energy going round, imagine you being like all the way through and like you're genuinely connected to everything energetically as much as you can. Have the letter of the Hebrew alphabet that you want to focus on in front of you. And then what you do is you consciously create that in your mind. So you focus on it, you understand it, you see it. And this is where your spatial rotation part of your brain is going to come in really handy, because you need to have it like completely filling your conscious mind. You need to be able to see it in all forms, rotate it if you can. That's something that I actually, my brain doesn't do. That's linked into the math part of you. That's something my brain doesn't do, which is sad. But that's okay, because I don't need this one. I don't use this. I use tarot instead because it's easier for me. So you may not be able to do this, but don't worry. Okay, like, because there's other, you can still use the Hebrew, you can still use the words, but you just potentially can't necessarily do it this way. That's okay. But you need to consciously create that letter in your mind, and then you need to breathe into the feeling that you want to feel. So if you want to feel more confident, so that's kind of like, or more, you know, more confident or self-assured, they're kind of like male energy, because they're like big and bold and brass, right? So you want to tune into that confident feeling, then you want to create that image, you create that letter in your mind, tune into it, and allow it to completely expand. Sorry, my eyes. Completely expand out. Oh gosh. Sorry. Expand outwards. Take a deep breath and then just freeze it with it there, and just completely full. And so what you're doing is you're attaching that emotion to that letter. So this is what your brain does naturally anyway. If you've ever had anxiety, depression, or anything, is you've attached an emotion to a memory, or you can attach an emotion to a word. Like, your brain does this anyway, but you're just going to teach it to do it specifically. So you can already do this. You're just using it in a slightly different way. So freeze it in your mind, and then shrink it back down again. So stick it in your hand. So have the physical letter in your hand. This is so cool how this happens. So this is I've taken. It was a lot of deciphering. Okay, and I've turned it into a way that it can be used. So freeze it based on other visualization techniques that are powerful and helpful. So freeze it, put the snapshot, the letter in your hand. So you should still be feeling the emotion right now. So you should be like full of the emotion. You should be full of the emotion, full of the image in your mind, stick it in your hand, and then turn to your left. Turn to your left because that's your future. So you want to go from your past. I don't know my left and right either, so you got to be careful with me. Yeah, turn to your left, and on your left randomly appears a table, because if you ever been in a dream, that shit just shows up. And on top of the table is a photo album. You putting that letter in your photo album. Take a long deep breath and say thank you 3 times. So once for the place you're in now, once for the first step you're going to take, and once for the completion of whatever it is you're going to do to bring that about. And actually it's Tesla who says you should say thank you 3 times for the different places in time. And so when I was looking into all Tesla stuff a couple of years ago, he does this really awesome meditation where he will he will figure out what it is that they need to be done, and he will see it completed. Then he steps back into the doing, and then he steps back into like the planning. And you step backwards in time and you kind of like pull it with you. But it's, you say thank you every time you step back in time, and you bring it, you kind of like zip into your future and pull it backwards. It's all of these kind of things. So when we go to the Hebrew alphabet, so we've got Aleph is like the first letter, which is also stands for ox, which is ox, right? Bet is house, Gimel is camel, Dalet is door, He is window, and I'm probably massively mispronouncing these, so apologies. Vav is hook, Zayin is weapon, Het is fence, Tet is snake, Yod is hand, Kaf is the hand bent, Lamed is ox, goad, I don't know what one of them is, Mem is water, and Mem is across our, when the Sefi Yetzirah thing is on the body, Mem is the one that's across our sexual organs. Nun is fish, Samech is prop, Ayin is eye, Pet is month, as in month, I think. Sadi, fish hook, Kof, back of the head, Resh, head, Shin, tooth, and Tav, cross. And then they're all worth different letters, okay? So it's important I read those out, because for where we go next, you'll be like, what? So the Hebrew letter numbers, we've got crown, wisdom, understanding, mercy, beauty, victory, glory, foundation, kingdom. It is a traditional farming tool. Oh, ox goad is a traditional farming tool. Thank you. In my head, I read ox. Google. Okay. So we've got ox and hook. So hook. When I was writing this out, I was like, hook. Why is my head? Why is my little? Have I got my little tingles going up with the word hook? We'll find out in a second. Glory, fountain, kingdom, and knowledge. So number 10 is knowledge. So Kita, number 1 is the crown. So the crown is where everything begins. It's the point of origin, the contact with the divine. So that's the crown of the head. That's the coronavirus, which has got crowns on, which is what they target. I mean, I do like... So the reason why royalty wears crowns is because they're supposed to be anointed by God. It's the outwardly symbol of the fact that they are the highest God beings. Like they're mind fucking is every single day. Every single day. Mind fucking is every single day. Okay. So then we go into astrology. You get a little bit of astrology history. And then we'll go into tarot, a little bit of tarot history, because it's really interesting. So The search for purpose in the heavens, astrology. So astrology is a way to know thyself using the symbols of the zodiac. So much like the personality test of today, astrology was used in very, very ancient times to help people understand who they are, their failings and their destined pitfalls, so that they could traverse their journey on Earth with a lot less confusion and a lot more certainty. Sun signs and star charts can be found depicted in caves as far back as the Bronze Age. However, the zodiac, as we understand astrology today, has a much more recent history. So like the Talmud and the Torah, it surfaced around 3,200. Okay. 3,600 years ago is where the Orion group started to corrupt. 300 or so years later is when the Federation rocked up and went, no, 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 no. That's not how you do it. You cannot do that. This is when astrology kind of shows up. Anyway, just dropping that there for you to go and do your own research on. So the 12 signs of the zodiac linked to those specific animal constellations were adopted by the Greeks from the Babylonians, and it's believed the Babylonians used the constellations of the zodiac and other constellations as a way to navigate the globe. It's believed the Babylonians adopted the zodiac and method of understanding navigation from the Sumerians. The Sumerians occupied the lands which was known as Mesopotamia and that we know today as Iraq. Why did we invade Iraq? I mean, I wonder what's there. Right? It was the Sumerians who were the first that we know of to divide both space and time by units of 6. It's their calculations which we still use today when we understand time. So 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 12 hours to the day and 12 hours to the night. It's also their division of a sphere of 360 we use to understand space. Interestingly, this division by 6 is also seen at megaliths found in the British Isles, such as the Ring of Brodgar, which is the largest stone circle in Scotland. And then, so more pictures. So what we've got there, I don't know whether you can see. Okay, so that kind of brown thing at the top is a Sumerian astrology tablet from around 1,300 years before Christ, and it showcases all 12 signs of the zodiac. So we've got Heavenly Bull, Twins, Pincers, Lion. Her father was Sin, which is Virgo. Heavenly Fate, Libra. Which Claws and Cuts, Scorpio. Defender, Sagittarius. Goatfish, I know. Capricorn. Lord of the Waters is Aquarius, and that's Aquarius is man. Fishes, Pisces, and Field Dweller, Aries. Heavenly Bull is Taurus, Twins is Gemini, Pincers is Tongs, and Lion is Leo. So the zodiac is in the Bible. So it's been suggested that within the books of Ezekiel and Revelation, the 4 quarters of the zodiac, so Leo, the lion, Taurus, the bull, Aquarius, man, and Scorpio, eagle, can be found represented as the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. So as for the likeness of their faces, each had the face of a man in front, the 4 had the face of a lion on their right side, the 4 had the face of an ox on the left side, and the 4 had the face of an eagle at the back. So it's said that when Moses came down from Mount Sinai with the 10 commandments, he found a few of his followers worshipping a golden bull calf. He ordered that these false idol worshippers be killed, and this has been theorized to represent Moses killing the bull, ending the age of Taurus and ushering in the age of Aries. So once the religion shifted from Judaism to Christianity with the coming of Christ, the age shifted again into the age of Pisces, which, when you consider one of the very prominent signs of Christianity to be the fish, definitely makes you wonder. So Penelope said zodiac are the 12 tribes. Very possibly. Very possibly. But so I mean, is a distinct possibility. I think there's just so much there's so much still hidden as well. Still hidden. And there's loads. So when I unearthed, or when I was kind of doing the research, there's about 300 ancient texts that I really want to have an opportunity to. I just haven't got the time or the energy to kind of read them right now. That I want to read, like the understandings of some of these things that just from hundreds of years ago, which are available on the internet. They are available on the internet. I've shared the links to the websites. It's kind of got them all in Telegram a bit ago. Let me see if I can get the link again. Hold on. Where have I got it stored on my computer? Wait a minute. No. Because otherwise I'll forget. Oh, here we go. Copy link. You get that one? No. Sacredtext.com. Everything has just got so much there. Put it on the bottom of the screen. So this one specifically is the Book of Thoth, which is tarot, which we'll talk about in a bit. So astrology and psychology. So this is how they lie all the time. So while many traditional and current societal health professionals would instantly dismiss your belief in astrology as some new age woo-woo, chances are they would quite happily refer you to somebody invested in Jungian psychoanalysis or Jungian therapy. So the thing is that Carl Jung, a very famous psychologist whose therapeutic techniques which are advocated for on the NHS are actually developed with astrology in mind. I bet you didn't know that. So his theories of archetypes, personality traits, and the collective conscious all stem from astrology. In fact, there's a distinctive branch of psychology called astropsychology, which is the combination of astrology and psychology. Carl Jung proposed that astrology can be used as a way to heal the parts of ourself which are part of our inherent shadow self. For example, the parts of ourselves we don't like, which has been written in the stars. His psychological theories proposed that the ancient planetary map of the soul can be healed through rediscovering and reconnecting with a deeper purpose in life. So astrology represents the summation of all the psychological knowledge of antiquity. That's one of his quotes. Another Carl Jung quote is, "As I'm a psychologist, I'm chiefly interested in the particular light of that the horoscope sheds on certain complications in the character. In cases of difficult psychological diagnosis, I usually get a horoscope in order to have a further point of view from an entirely different angle. I must say, I very often find that the astrological data elucidated certain points which I otherwise would have been unable to understand." So he literally said that if he's got somebody in front of him, he doesn't really understand what's going on with them, he will go and get it will go and do an astrology chart, read through it, and then be able to help them. So literally what he said. I can tell you they don't teach that in British Psychological Society approved psychology courses. So how to utilize astrology to guide yourself home. So just like personality tests or mental health or clinical assessments or even our genes, astrology is not set in stone. It's simply a roadmap of your unique traits as a perfect human. It can act as a guide to help you navigate your own path back to Big G. Your unique astrology, like everything on this journey, is truly personal, individual, and wholly determined by whether you choose to tune into the guidance it can offer you. But before you dismiss it completely, in 1949, Bertram Forer conducted a personality test on students. While seemingly giving the students individualized results, he instead gave each student exactly the same sheet that discussed their personality. The personality descriptions were taken from a book on astrology. When the students were asked to comment on the accuracy of the test, with a rating of more than 40%, gave it 5 out of 5. And the average rating was 4.2. And so the results of that study have been replicated over and over and over again. And when I started doing and understanding psychology, when I was doing personality tests, I was just like, these are the same as freaking horoscopes. Like, this is not. You say it to somebody who's invested in personality tests, they will not believe you or listen. But it's glaringly obvious. It is, and I've said it for years and years and years. And I didn't know this then, but I was just like, nah, it's the same shit. It's just like the exact same stuff. Exact same stuff. It's so funny. So there's a lot of information out there on horoscopes, and to share just a small portion of the information you'd need to get going due to the vastness of our astrological charts would fill another few hundred pages. So go to the free websites and do your astrology chart, okay? But remember, if you want to, so these 3 tools, Tree of Life, astrology, or tarot, they all do the same thing, help you come back to you. It just, they're just in different ways. So use the one that feels good for you. So once you understand your strengths, your weaknesses, and possible negative experiences you need to work through, the key is to utilize the skills, techniques, and therapies you've learned to reshape yourself to a more balanced, happy, and healthy you. So they already have all the tools, because that's what I've been doing teaching them for weeks. But so then we go into kind of the moon. Now this is interesting, because this is where the other lie is. So when people talk about astrology, the thing they focus on is, like, I'm a Scorpio. So people are like, oh, I'm just going to look at my horoscope. So just what's the Scorpio saying? Well, that's kind of like me taking one teeny tiny part of my personality. So if you use Ocean, which is openness to experience, conscientiousness, extroversion, A is agreeableness, and N is neuroticism. So it means, well, I'm just going to focus on just my extroversion. I'm going to ignore all of the other bits and just focus on that. That's that one little trait. Well, that one category of traits. Like the rest doesn't exist. That's what you do when you look at just your horoscope. It's just your sun sign, because there's a lot more going on when you're born. So when you acknowledge that we're all energy, frequency, vibration, we're all just cells fizzing around. When you're born, your cells, the planets, the energy, all of it is you are going to be this little bundle of cells that has these unique traits. It is the same. Sorry, guys, it is personality traits, horoscopy traits, whatever you want to call it. So the moon. So, as you remember from week 3, when we discussed how important water is to your diet and therefore its impact on your ability to remain happy and healthy, the same is true for the moon's influence. So going back to basics, our cellular structures contain a lot, and I mean a lot, of water. According to research, different parts of our bodies contain varying levels of water. For example, our brain and heart are 73% water, our lungs are 83% water, our skin is 64% water, our muscles and kidney are 79% water, and our bones are 31% water. Interestingly, the amount of water in our bodies varies between sexes, with men having more water than women, so men 60, women 55, and also at different points in our lives. So babies have an increased level of water in their bodies. So babies have around 78%, which drops to 65 after a year. And so the amount of body fat we have reduces the amount of water available to our cells. In mammals, 2/3 of our water is inside our cells and 1/3 of our water is outside our cells. This is important. This is important to what the COVID jab's doing. This is important to the subversion of our food, why they hid the fact that sugar was bad, why they put everybody on zero fat diets. This is important. Just breadcrumbing there for you guys. In fact, there's a direct correlation between the amount of water we consume and our body fat. When we reduce the amount of water in our body, the body more successfully turns sugar into complex carbohydrate. It is 20 to 11. My words stopped working. Complex carbohydrates, for example, starch, molecules like glycerol form fats and lipids. We were talking about lipids right at the beginning. And amino acids can join together to make protein. So the fatter you are, the more successfully your body produces proteins. Okay, so COVID. The fatter you are, the more obese you are, the more increased risk you have from COVID. More obese you are, the more at risk you are from the vaccine, because your body is better able to produce the proteins. This is biology and possibly chemistry. This is why water. This is a helpful automatic mechanism, but like everything, there's a fine line between producing enough fat to enable you to get the nutrients and minerals you need from food, for example, fat soluble, and having too much that it blocks your abilities to use it. So when you are drinking water, actually, I put this down here. So think of it like this. When we're not drinking water, our body is creating the things that it needs. When we drink the water, we enable the body to use the stuff that it's created. And this is why it's better to drink little and often throughout the day. So why are they fucking with our water? Fucking with the water, so even when you're drinking it, is your cells are not able to utilize it. They can't. So if you were able to successfully utilize the water, is you would turn off the spike protein production. Bearing in mind, mRNA vaccines, it's because they're not splicing. So traditional CRISPR goes in, splices your DNA, creates new things, seals your DNA back up again. mRNA, so float around the top, they force your body to produce the protein, and so they stop working after a while, which is why you need the boosters. You keep needing the booster, need the booster. But you also need the host to be in a state of dehydration. You need to be in a state of dehydration to make it even more effective. So how do you do that? You fuck with the water. So the water isn't going to be hydrating your cells. And then, so the point of the AstraZeneca, this is my personal belief, the point of the AstraZeneca vaccine is because the way that they've created that is that when people are pissing and shitting, it is found even in fresh water through tap. So even when it's been through the sterilization process, is if you pour a glass of water, it's in that water, right? So you then giving the unvaxxed people the mechanism to produce the protein in your body. So that's why I think AstraZeneca is important, and Pfizer is to get rid of people quickly. And the shedding. So you shed with Pfizer in the water. I mean, they are trying to kill us all. So we need both water and food to survive. We can go about 3 days without water. I mean, I don't divert to COVID vaccine shit in here. Like, this is just me trying to pull things together so you guys can see how important everything is together. So we can go about 3 days without water before we die. Compare that to food, which can last between 4 weeks to 8 weeks without, and it really does become of heightened importance. Most importantly, water is what enables the chemicals, including our emotional reactions, to occur in our body. So they literally happen inside the water molecules, and that's where the memories are stored as well. That's the crystal. So when you, going back to the Yamoto. I don't think it is Yamoto. I think that's the water experiments, when he said horrible things to those water crystals, and they made like really ugly little crystals. Like that's exactly what's happened to your body when you say horrible things to yourself, is you are literally turning your cells bad, right? And so then you have like bad cells trying to produce chemicals that your body needs you to function. So that's also where all your memories are stored. It's inside your water. So water memory. Oh, my eyes. But that's where everything kind of happens, inside your little water cells. So the less water, the less chemical reactions can take place in our body. This includes emotional and immune response and digestion. So dehydrate you. I mean, we don't get taught this. We don't get taught this on purpose. So there's a reason, and this is literally word for word. There's a reason I keep pushing you to think about your body as though it's a bunch of atoms fizzing around rather than one solid entity. When you know this, you can positively affect your physiological state, which has a knock-on effect to your emotional and spiritual state. And I thank you very much, lovely Penelope, because that video of the car wibbling around, I make them watch that in week 6. We're like, yeah, look, this is what's going on. So here's where things get even more interesting. So back in school, you were more than likely taught that the moon's magnetic field pulls the earth, and that's responsible for the tides. The problem is that's not technically correct, right? So the earth's magnetic field is 10 million times stronger than the moon, which is kind of like you playing tug of war with you on one side and an entire rugby team on the other, expecting to come off victorious. So what does happen? And there is a NASA astronaut who talks about this, and you can see he gets very angry that people don't understand how the tides work. He's like, I keep telling people and nobody will listen. Keep telling the schools they're teaching it wrong. And I was like, well, they're not listening because they're not allowed to listen. So what does happen? Well, the tides occur because of a complex balance or imbalance of the sun, the earth, and the moon's magnetic energies. So when the moon moves around the earth and the earth is also spinning on its own axis, which is also spinning around the sun, neither of those orbits are circular and neither are perfect, though they are perfectly designed to ensure life survives. So I would say they're pretty freaking perfect. So all three have strong toroidal magnetic fields, which is the same energetic structure as the toroidal field, which surrounds us. So you're going to see like the Earth's there. And I know some of you guys are kind of all in on that flat Earth, but I've told you I'm just... There's a reason why I will choose to disagree. For now, I mean, who knows? But there's many reasons. Anyway, so when the moon moves around the Earth, and yeah, fine. I don't mean the Earth isn't a complete sphere. I mean, I do believe it's more like a squishy in the middle, but yeah. From the CIA declassed files I've read, flat Earth is a purposeful psyop. So, yeah. So you can't convince me with people's videos who've worked it out when I've seen CIA files saying it's like it's a psyop. And CIA files from really early on talking about the fact that they're on Mars, like way before we even supposedly landed on the moon. I mean, the moon landing was the fake moon landing because they'd already landed many years before, right? But doesn't mean they didn't land on the moon, doesn't mean we didn't leave Earth. It just means that that was the lie. So, you know, I will go by declassified or leaked declassified files more than somebody making a video and using cabal lies like picking holes in Kabbalah. Like we know that Kabbalah lies all the time, but that doesn't then mean that the earth is flat. I'm just gonna eat, but you know, who knows? Anyway, so when the moon moves around the earth, and the earth is also spinning, as the moon and the earth spin, the pull of the sun's magnetic field on the earth changes, as does the ability of the moon's pull on the earth. So without the additional pull of the sun, of the earth, the moon's pull is then able to jostle, because we're all individual little water molecules. Remember, everything's individual. Just because you see a sea, it's still individual little molecules. This is the illusion that that's one giant thing. It's not. It's all little bits, same as we're all little bits. So to jostle each individual water molecule, which covers 71% of the earth, so age of Aquarius, man, ruler of the seas, the water, us, this is our domain, all connected to one another. As the sun's magnetic pull wanes, the pressure of the water on the earth increases downwards towards the core of the earth and the core of the earth's magnetic field. And this then enables the weaker pull of the moon to affect the earth's weaker molecules and pull them. Water molecules, sorry. The real question we need to consider is, what do these three competing magnetic fields do to our internal water molecules and our magnetic toroidal field? So back to us being atoms fizzing around. So we know that water is vital in enabling our chemical reactions to take place. We also know that three giant objects interfere with the flow of the water on Earth, which includes us and every other living creature, which means depending on where the sun is, the moon is, and the earth are in their orbits, our ability to regulate our emotions fluctuates. And I say outside of our control, but it's not actually outside of our control. So in fact, lunacy, which is an old derogatory term given to those in the medical world considered mentally unwell, came about specifically because of the moon. So the moon cycle is known as the lunar cycle. And during the full moon, there is a statistically significant increase in the number of irrational human actions. Even in today's times, the police service and the hospitals have extra people on shift during a full moon because of this. So, which they say is superstition. The emergency services don't take it as superstition. So when we account for the magnetic pull of the sun and the stars, because the stars also have their own toroidal fields because they're little suns, the moon and the earth, we can predict how erratic our emotions are likely to be. So bearing in mind, this is all focused on helping people heal their emotional bullshit. So then you can use the sun, the stars, the moon to guide yourself on a daily basis by ensuring you plan big things on the days that you're more likely to be stable, rather than a day where you're more likely to be all over the place. You can dramatically reduce the negative fallout from the universe's energetic forces. So if you're interested in exploring astrology, then I would definitely make sure you go to a website called AstroSeek. It's what I use. Love AstroSeek. And they have a moon calendar, a moon phase calendar for every single day. And it will tell you which sign it's in. So, if you're in, where are we today? Actually, let's see where we are today. So if you ever just feel completely crazy, like it could very well maybe because the moon's energy is shit, is insane, because the moon, the earth, and the sun all in those different positions. So where are we today? 13th. So we are in Capricorn, which is first quarter. So backbone, joints, knees, skin, and hair may be affected today. And it says at the top, oh no, Aquarius. Oh, where was I going? Oh, okay. It was Capricorn. It's moved into Aquarius. Sorry. Your relationship with your emotions might be more complicated because Moon is in Aquarius, has a strong need for an emotional freedom. However, when you're in a group of people, it's easier for you to understand your feelings and free yourself from negative emotions such as fear, anger, and jealousy. calf, ankle, shin, Achilles, forearm muscles, or thyroid hormones are sensitive, so be careful. So it's cool. So, you know, like traditional, and so if you read traditional astrology, you'll know earth, air, water, water's emotion. I mean, I'm a Scorpio, I'm shadow self, all of those. Yeah. But that's good. I mean, I do enjoy planning my time by the moon. So, you know, you probably notice you're like super flighty. And so I just want you guys to know, so I am always like the biggest. I spend my entire journey being the biggest skeptic ever. And I spent 6 months. So somebody mentioned stuff about moon and I was like, okay, right, okay, was this something else? It's just bullshit. So what I did is I just documented. I spent 6 months, just random days where I just felt like super flighty, or days where I was just like freaking on it, and I wasn't doing anything different, just that completely shift in the way that I was physiologically feeling. And I'd stabilized this by this point. I'd got rid of a lot of the crap from my past, and I was feeling really good. Business was going really well, but there was still like some days I would wake up and just I wouldn't want to get out of bed. I'd be like, but there's nothing going on in my life. I'm not depressed. Like I haven't got any, like what is, like genuinely, I was just like, what the frick is going on, right? And so then I spent 6 months just documenting all of the insane energy that was just weird. And I backtracked, and there was a consistent pattern between me being like flighty, was all the air days, me the days where I just didn't really want to get out of bed, or I just really needed like a long 3-hour bath to get going, were all water days, Scorpio days. It was so insane. So I recommend, you know, if you are the skeptic, or be the skeptic, spend the next 3 months, and it will take you 3 months because it takes like 29 days to get through like the moon rotations, right? Become your own scientist. Like that's like I'm holding the door open. I'm not brainwashing you, forcing you through. I'm just giving you the information that I found, that I feel and discerned was true, that I've experienced myself, that my clients have experienced. But this is your journey. This is your journey. This is all up to you. Okay, so finally, we're going to quickly talk about the tarot. And this is where astrology and tree of life kind of, they all converge, right? They all converge. So out of all the methods to help you re-find you, the tarot is the one which seems to conjure up the most distrust. So the many films, secretive conversations, and historical references to witches and Satan worshippers utilizing the tarot as a method to trick, beguile, and hoodwink unsuspecting innocents into unscrupulous situations has unfortunately given the tarot a bad name. So you're getting a whistle-stop tour of like 12 months worth of investigation into ancient texts, Kabbalah, and tarot, including like this is like probably like this is 12 months worth of. So there's a lot more, and like there's a lot more information that's gone into me like kind of simplifying this. So this is why I'm saying like I'm going to give you like the basics, going to tell you how to get started, but you've got to go like. And you will be able to skirt through the lies as well, because I've been past many of the lies for you. But use the tools that feel good for you. And as you move forward on your journey, some of the tools that you've dismissed will then start to feel right. So maybe you just like put them on the shelf for now. Like, oh, I don't feel good about that right now. I'm going to do something else. I'm going to use something else instead. Okay. But just allow all of this to just kind of sit. So I was just say, like, stick it on your cognitive shelf, and it may come back round again. So in truth, like personality test, astrology, and the tree of life, the tarot is simply another method which enables you to delve into your own psyche and overcome personal obstacles. Unlike astrology, which gives you an overarching understanding of your inherent personality traits and potential pitfalls of the path you're destined to walk, the tarot is a useful day-by-day tool guiding you to focus on healing a specific aspect of your life, so your mind, body, or your soul. Similarly, unlike the tree of life, which is designed to help you reach deep into your soul and deepen your connection to your core and bring about a deep spiritual connection separate from this world, tarot can help you clear through blocks you're facing and enable you to traverse your life experiences, both big and small. So in all reality, the way that Ra describes them as three separate tools that do the exact same thing, they do, but actually you can quite easily use all three and use all three in their own different. I mean, it depends. Like, I mean, I'm all about like ease and speed. So if you want to heal fast, you just use everything. Use it all. The only thing I find difficult is the whole spatial rotation thing. But I just write it out instead. Write it out, and then it happens in the back of your subconscious anyway. So my subconscious can do it, but my conscious can't. So it's this part of this is if you've got dyslexia, dyscalculia, it's like or autism or ADHD, it's like that part of your brain is damaged in some way. I say damaged, it's just it doesn't work effectively. You did yours. You can do spatial rotation. Yeah, I mean, it is different, but it just doesn't. So whether the connection just isn't, it just doesn't actually work. The connection's not there. So the same as, you know, some people can't hear, and then they get a cochlear ear implant, and they or somebody's like, they're blind and they can relink. So it's the connection's not, you know, there's like no bridge. No bridge. no ability for the synaptic process to occur. Just with little bits. I mean, here's the truth is I could practice and practice and practice and practice and practice and teach my brain could reroute. So my brain will be able to reroute and utilize that skill, because that's what your brain can do. You can take, like, you can be brain damaged and your brain will rewire. It will rewire and reroute. If it has, if those parts of the brains are there, it will find a different way. So, but where I am right now is it doesn't work because the connection is not there, and I've never spent the time or the energy rerouting. So, but it's quite possible to do. I just haven't. Okay. So that's important to know that you can just reroute. Kind of like, you know, when you get, like, you're driving along and you get diverted traffic, it's the exact same thing that goes on in your brain. So no matter which tool you use, the intention behind the tool is that matters, and all of the intentions behind the tools is to enable you to know yourself. So a little historical jumble. So now we're going to kind of unpick the tarot fuckery. So the tarot is a tool for understanding whether our mind, body, or soul needed a little tuning. Dates back to the time of the ancient Egyptians. Now, unless you know this and you search the internet for the history of the tarot, you'll end up discovering it was just a card game from the 15th century, which in the 18th century, which is the Age of Enlightenment, was transformed into a divination tool with no ability to help you discern anything. This is the first of the tarot perversions. Your brother has ADHD. Yeah, I mean, their cells are just fizzing faster. They've got more energy. They have, or slower, faster or slower. So if it's hyperactive, it's faster, or inattentive, the cells are just fizzing slower. That's all it is. It's just fast or slower energy. We just don't explain it in that way, and so they feel different. They're not different. They're just, you know. Well, we're all different, but I mean, they're not like, Yeah, hyperactive. Yeah, so his cells are just fizzing faster. He needs to do more stuff to kind of get rid of the excess energy. So interestingly, one of the best cures for ADHD is exercise, like HIIT training, because it just gets rid of the excess energy, and then you can focus and concentrate. So you have to clear out the energy, and then you have to. So exactly what I was saying with being able to reroute my brain, but I haven't, is you can do the exact same thing with ADHD. Hyperactive is you burn off the excess energy, and then you build up the focus and concentration muscles and connections in your brain, and then they kind of like balance themselves out. It's an imbalance. Everything's just imbalanced, but your body and your brain want to come into balance. It just doesn't know how. You need to just give it. You just need to support it, and then once you build those connections, once you get there, once you become balanced, your brain and your body want to stay there. So pre the 15th century, there was no major and minor arcana, just the major arcana, which consists of 22 cards. So 22 hero letters, 22 cards. The major arcana depicts the journey of man through life and back to once again being completely at peace by being reconnected to the source of who we all are. The 22 cards are made up of 3 sets of 7 and 1 22. Which represents both the beginning and the end of the journey, much like the phrase, I am the Alpha and the Omega, which symbolizes the first and last letters of the Greek alphabet, as well as depicts the title of Christ and God in the book of Revelation. The first set of 7 relates to the journey of the body. Each card, 0 to 6, which coincidentally mirrors the 7 chakras and their meanings and symbology. So the second set of 7 relates to the path through the veil of forgetting in your mind. The final 7 relates to your soul's journey back to the truth now that wisdom of the ages has been revealed to you. And as I just whiz forward to the numerology section, and we do 777, 777. Which stands for you've spent a lot of time in self-reflection and possibly even spiritual study. You know what you want and what is true to your soul. Now it's time to go out into the world and create heaven on earth. You need to express your insights and intuitions outwardly. So once you've done your 777, it's just crazy. So card 22 is the completion of a cycle of healing and the beginning upon your next cycle of healing. So we just keep moving around. So you'll know from your own personal journey that you've experienced the same negative catalytic events over and over until you've solved the puzzle. And they come in all different ways. So if you are one of the lucky ones, you've never had any like major issues. So I experienced issues in school, outside school, at work, and they all seemed like different issues. Underneath it was the same kind of core peer rejection, being pushed to the outside. Like it was the same, even though it comes in different ways. When you get down to the actual nitty-gritty of the lesson you're learning, it's the same. And until you figure that out, you just see it all the time. And once you figure it out, it just disappears. It's so freaking weird. You have it every single day for years, and then you figure it out, and then it just never happens again. It's so weird. So just like those big forgivenesses. So that's one of the things that we do for therapy. Once you understand what it's taught you, you're free from the weight of the past experience and emerge newly open to a different life experience. That's how it works. So take I skip this. This is me talking about this is me going into a story so they can understand it, but I did that really quickly with you guys. Okay, so if you're aware of the ancient Egyptian roots of the tarot, what you discover is the major arcana has a very distinct connection to both the astrological archetypes and the 22 pathways of the tree of life. In fact, the Phoenician script, the script of the Canaanites, evolved from the Egyptian hieroglyphics, which, if you remember from the section on the Tree of Life, is where the Jews took the word Elohim to represent God. They're coming from Egypt. It's been reported that Carl Jung said to have noted, it also seems as if the set of pictures in the tarot cards were distantly descended from the archetypes of transformation, the astrology. So though his timeline's off as the order to which they were created, he definitely speaks truth. So the symbology of the 22 cards known as the Major Arcana could be seen in a Roman tablet known as the Bembine Table of Isis, which is based upon the hieroglyphs. So remember me saying, like, the hook, the ox. If you go to Egypt and look at Egyptian hieroglyphs, it's got some of those original symbologies. So it was the 15th century that Athanasius Kircher, a German Jesuit priest, scholar, and polymath, who first suggested that the Bembine Table of Isis represented a secret and mythical rite of passage. Though this was dismissed after Champollion's unveiling of his interpretation of the Rosetta Stone in the 19th century. So the Rosetta Stone is a piece of rock which has carved into it the same message in 3 different languages. So Demotic, Hieroglyphic, and Greek. And the message which is carved into the Rosetta Stone is much like Magna Carta. I mean, you know, history repeats itself in different portions of the globe. Of ancient Britannia, in that it's a contract between the ruler and subjects, like Magna Carta 1215, which was a contract between the king and the barons, not the free men of the land. The Rosetta Stone was a contract between the ruler and the priests rather than the ruler and people of Egypt. So side note, Magna Carta, when adopted into law 1297, had evolved to include free men and heirs of the land rather than just the barons. So again, that's one of my bugbears. People talk about Magna Carta 1215 all the time. And I'm like, well, I want 1297, the one that was adopted into law, which actually talks about free men and heirs forever. Like me, I'm included in that one. I'm not included in the other one. Anyway, so 100 years later, Eliphas Levi comes along and states that Kircher was right, that the Bembine Table of Isis was a secret rite. However, he just hadn't quite figured out how to successfully read it, right? And in his studies of the Bembine Table of Isis, Levi created a key which he claimed can be used to decipher the seasons, the zodiac, the tetragrammaton, which is the special name for God used in the Hebrew Bible, which is spelled YHWH, which is Yahweh, and the 22 major arcana of the tarot. Now, it's because Levi, believed the secret rites depicted in the Table of Isis were associated with the Book of Thoth, which is tarot, which is that link there. Thoth Hermes Trismegistus was the first great Egyptian philosopher and founder of the ancient mystery schools, and is said to have received his wisdom during meditation. So when we're in meditation, when we are in 8D, Akashic records, we have all the history, we have all the knowledge that we need, all the knowledge. He's reportedly the author of over 40 books, including the Emerald Tablet, which is a collection of 42 plates of emerald, which contain the scientific principles of the universe, the Divine Polymander, and the Book of Thoth, Tarot. So Levi became the first person to show a correlation between the Tree of Life and the 22 major arcana in the tarot. Levi was so convinced of his discovery, he wrote, "An imprisoned person with no other book than the tarot, if he knew how to use it, could in a few years acquire universal knowledge and would be able to speak on all subjects with unequaled learning and inexhaustible eloquence." So this is kind of like what the Bembine Table of Isis looks like. And you can say, so Isis is one of the Egyptian goddesses, and she was in the middle there. So Isis. And so this is Eliphaz's key. And so you'll see you've got Hebrew hieroglyphs. We've got astrology things in there. So he's kind of like pulled it all together and said, like, this is how you kind of figure it out, right? So you've got the astrology, the Hebrew, and he's just kind of like. So like Plato, Levi believed that all knowledge is within and we are remembering it rather than learning it. So bearing in mind, these guys are hundreds of years old, some of them thousands of years ago. What science is just discovering with regards to ancestral memory in our DNA. Like, we already knew that. I think it was already there. The information was already there. These shouldn't be shocks. Like, they shouldn't be a shock, right? So people often say, well, if that's true, then why aren't there other tablets? And there are. So there are other tablets from around the same time period which similarly record the same symbology in the teachings, such as the tablet of Cerbes, which has got like, kind of looks like moon stuff. It's quite cool. Oh, I can't figure out how to do this. I told you I don't know my left and right, so it makes it quite difficult. There we go. That one. It's quite cool. Cebes, Cebes. So interestingly, Ammianus, a Greek historian from the 4th century, wrote about secret Egyptian chambers beneath the temples, which are painted with images and carvings representing secret knowledge shown to initiates during their sacred ceremonies. What book is this? This is my therapy book. This is what my clients get. So I'm literally reading you stuff from week 11 and giving you the therapy techniques at the same time. What is it? 600? 567 pages. So the 52 playing cards turned into the minor arcana can be traced back to the Saracens. Here we go. Then they all converge. The nomadic Arab tribes which populated the Syrian desert, Palestine, and Israel. So the same geographical location as the Canaanites and the religion of Islam. I mean, like, this is, so why are they really fighting? You have to ask, why are they really fighting over Jerusalem? Because the religion's all bullshit, right? So what's really there? What is really there? So before this, they can be seen in ancient India and even ancient China. And in the late 14th century, the 52 playing cards had started to appear in Italy, moving through Italy and into the rest of Europe. In the 15th century, these 52 playing cards were melded with the 22 archetypal cards, and the idea of a major minor arcana evolved. From then on, the 72 cards have been used as the tarot deck. Now, at some point during this time, the astrological symbols were added to the tarot deck, and this further sought to disrupt the ability of someone using the tarot to reconnect to their soul self. So then in 1909, so 1909 is when Raider White took it upon himself to flip the card number 8, Justice, and the 11th, Strength cards. Okay, now this 1909 is a really important date. 1909 is the exact same year that GlaxoSmithKline got all of the media people together for that giant media fair in London, which is when its spies became the media people, or the media people were recruited into the spy agencies. So the exact same year this happened. Do you see how it all fucking fits together? Mother duckers. I mean, this is only one week. I mean, the other stuff may not be helpful for you guys. So much like this program, the tarot is designed to help you move through each of the phases in the correct order. So flipping even just these 2 cards will have had a negative impact on anyone attempting to use this tool. So we also have to think about what was going on in 1909. That's when spirituality. So we've got Tesla, we've got all the new age, like the real new age stuff was going on then, and people were really starting to tune in. They were fighting back against Queen Victoria and the Crown, and we had all the opium wars going on. We had that massive inquiry Actually, 10 years after 1909, so like 1929, we are, I mean, they crashed the stock markets because at the same time, the countries are coming together to stop, the British people and the massive opium. I say British people, but the British cabal and the flooding opium. So there was a lot going on at that time, which we kind of see happening today, but also why they needed to subvert, like, just tarot was starting to be used and realized, and they had to stamp it out. Bump it a bum bum. So it's just interesting, all these dates on that. This is why, like, as I was recording it today, I was getting like, oh my god, I need to tell you this, I need to tell you this, because this, I think, links into our freaking injunction. So how do you use the tarot as your guide? Oh, it's really simple, actually. So firstly, it's important not to get trapped in the astrological meanings, because they are not part of the tarot. So 3 separate tools. So you can use all 3, but you can't use all 3 together. So you either use the tarot, or you use astrology, or you use so you can, like, do the days of the moon, like you do your moon days, and then use your tarot on you. I could do that, but I don't look at the astrological symbols on the tarot, because it's not what they're for. You get sidetracked and sent off course. Secondly, it's important to get a deck which is the Justice card as 8 and the Strength card as 11, because you work through your mind. So this is really important, because 8 and 11 are part of the middle 7. So that's your mind. That's lifting the veil. So that's why that bit was flipped. Fuckers. So as previously mentioned, there are 2 arcanas, major and minor. So major are the guiding tools which help you overcome blocks and obstacles. Though the minor arcana started as a subversion tactic, they've had hundreds of thousands of people, potentially millions of people, over the past few centuries use them, attach meaning to them, and energetically link them into the tarot process. So, I mean, this is my personal belief. So while initially they were just cards, because we're all energetically linked, because we have ancestral memories, because we attach meaning and emotion and energy to things, is now I mean, as long as you understand that they're 2 separate parts of the tool, and it's not an entire, it's not a one, it's you've got 2 separate packs, 2 separate parts of the tool. So just remember, they're a tool to guide you where you require to be, much like essential oils, which only work in line with our physical system. These work in line with our energetic and spiritual system. They are not prophecy. You're on chapter 11. With my spelling as I'm reading it through, I'm like, oh my gosh, that's a spelling mistake. Fuck's sake. So if you've ever had a sudden thought pop in your head which has made you avoid that particular route on a journey, a hunch you need to put your bank card in the zip pocket, not on the button pocket, or you've had an inkling that the bath you were running is about to flow over. I know, Penelope, give me a sec. Hold on. You're tapping into the same eternal knowing about what is going on in the wider world. So our 6th sense is very, very real. I mean, I'm happy to sell them. Just some are more finely tuned than others, but I will just need to make sure that my clients get them first. They've been waiting. So they've been waiting since March. Like, a couple of them have been waiting since March. Because I was like, I'm not sending you the old one. I mean, they've had the older one and they've had the updated bits, but they've not had an entire one, because this is literally just printed, like, today. So my clients kind of need them first. So as with everything, the more you tune on a daily basis, the more you strengthen your connection. Yeah. You know, and they haven't even read it yet. They haven't even seen it yet. It only got uploaded. The electronic version got uploaded at 5 o'clock today. So, I mean, they've probably not even read it yet. So you've had this before they have, okay? I'm like, So how do you use them? Well, it's separate them out, so major and minor. Split your major into your 3 lots of 7 and kind of put the 0, the 22, whatever it is on your deck to the side. And you have 1 to 7 or 0 to 6 or whatever your cards are numbered. So 1 to 7 is your body and your chakra, 8 to 14 is your mind, 15 to 21 is your soul. And so you have major out into the 3 separate bits, and you can just shuffle the individual 7 and pull 1 from each, and that will tell you what you kind of need to work on today with those 3 distinct parts if you want. And then you can shuffle the minor to kind of give you a bit more understanding. So it's kind of like, I don't understand what I'm supposed to do. That can give you a guide on kind of more understanding if you need it. So the way that Ra says to use them, because they came from Ra. So basically, the alien ET history of the tarot is that it was the tool that was created by the entity of Ra when they were going through their 3D process when they lived in Venus. And they used them, but they never went through they were like love. They were all good and happy, and they used that so they taught that tool to the Egyptians, so the Egyptians could kind of go through the process, which is why it's all the Egyptian terminology, which is important. The hooks, the pyramids, and all of those things because they helped. So Ra taught it to the Egyptians, and the way the Ra says to use it is you take the first one in each of the 7 and you work on the first one in each of the 7 until those ones are done. Then you do the second lot in each of the 7, then the third, then the fourth, then the fifth, and the sixth and 7th, and then you work on card 0 or 22, whichever way around so it's at the end and it's at the beginning. That's why it's 0/22. And then you start again, and you just keep going and keep going and keep going. And that may take you, if you've got a specific issue to work through, it may take you like a few weeks. It may take you years to go all the way through. So I get that. I love Ra. However, I like ease and speed. So the way that I use the tarot is I will pull and I'll be like, what shit do I need to clear today? What do I need to work on today? Right. So this is the part of my body that's blocked. This is the part of my mind that's blocked. This is the part of my spiritual side that's blocked. So I need to work on these 3. Because the way that Ra was teaching. There we go. Was teaching is they were teaching the initiates. So they were teaching the people who were becoming the priests and the priestesses, who were going to have this knowledge, who were going to be the healers. That's who they were teaching, is the healers. So that's somebody going away into the pyramid, into the temple, and learning and spending years and dedicating years to the process of being able to go past the veil and connect to collective consciousness. We don't have time for that. We just need to know what's wrong today. What do I need to fix today? Show me. And that's how I use it. I love the tarot is the one that I find most aligned. So the way that I'll use the minor arcana is if I'm just like, I don't know what the fuck you mean. So I'll shuffle the minor arcana and then I'll be like, oh, okay. Oh, I understand that now. And it really is kind of how I figure it out. So then, you should kind of do some meditation to be like, oh, okay, what does this mean? I'm going to reflect. I don't do meditation. I will just go, okay, what does this mean? And I just write. Okay. So I find for me personally, it's easier to access my subconscious by just write. I would just write whatever comes out. And then I'll be like, oh, I get it. So that's how I get it all out. I don't meditate. I don't. I'm being honest with you guys. I just don't. I tried it. I can do it. I just don't enjoy it. I will walk. We'll walk the dogs and kind of wander and look at things and do all that. But just, nah. Okay. So then we've got numerology and Akashic records, and it's getting quite late. But so numerology is important. So, okay. So they're the 3 tools to help you know thyself, because you are part of the universe. So now we need to kind of understand the universe and the earth. So numerology is the art of using the natural creational understanding of the world, numbers, as the guide. So when it comes down to it, everything's built on numbers, everything. The Hebrew alphabet attaches a number to each letter, and so do the modern alphabet. So revisiting the YHVY, so Yahweh, this is a construct of 3 different words. He was, he is, he will be. And when we look at the YHVH, we get 10, 5, 6, 5, which equals 21. Then you reduce it down, and it's 3. So our journey on earth is a journey through the 3rd dimension. Yahweh is the God of the earth, the 3D earth. The creator, Lord, universe, spirit, big G, is not the same as Yahweh, stroke God. This was, and I put like, this was discussed during the Tree of Life section. So the Torah and Bible specifically talks about creator, so Ein Sof, or the infinite, and Elohim as God, gods, which are physical manifestations of creation. So this distinction has been clearly laid out both in the religious text and in the language of number. Language of nature, which is numbers. So pi is a number, also sometimes referred to as the magical number, and it's a number which defines a ratio which can give you the circumference, radius, or diameter of a circle when used in its calculation. And because pi is infinite, magic, infinite, it can, so that's God's number. Well, you know, big G's number, because he's infinite. It can only ever be expressed as a rough estimate, although in non-mathematical terms, this rough estimate is pretty precise. So the ratio of pi is roughly 3 to 1. So for an example, if you're creating a cake with flour to egg ratio of 3 to 1, you'd use 3 times the weight of 1 egg of your flour. So on Earth, the 3D journey, we are here to learn that we are one with creation, all beings, and the infinite creator, 3 to 1. As in 3 to 1. We've also got in the Bible, you've got 3. What is it? The Holy Trinity, which is 1, which is pi. Pi also roughly estimates to 3.14. When this estimate is reduced to the smallest number, 3 add 1 add 4, we get the number of 8, which when turned on its side is the symbol for infinity. 8 in numerology is also abundance, which is like ever-flowing abundance. And, you know, there's enough air for us all to breathe. There's enough water for us all to drink. There's enough shelter for us all to have. There is enough food. There is enough of everything that's provided for us on the Garden of Eden, which is Earth. Earth is the Garden of Eden. We were kicked out. The veil came down. You just can't see. We can't see it. Not that it's not there. That's my personal belief. Not that it's not there, we just can't see it because we've been corrupted. So pi as a number is everywhere there's a circle. This includes the sun, the spiral of our double helix DNA within the pupil of our eyes, which coincidentally under a camera, the iris of an eye looks very similar to galaxies, especially when you consider the age-old adage, the eyes are the window to the soul, and within ripples of light and sound. So pi also shows up in the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, which is a quantum mechanical equation which can be used to understand how precisely we can know the universe. I mean, it's just insane. So in Hebrew, the numerical value for pi, which is py, is 80 add 10, which is 90, which is reduced down is 9. 9 stands for spirituality, completion, and perfection. The 432 hertz music that matches the frequency of the earth, reduced down to the smallest number, is 9. And then interestingly, the term big G, BYGG, 21033, ends up also being 9, which was interesting. So similarly, the Fibonacci, so remember, Yahweh is 3. Big G is 9. Just saying. Big G. I'm not talking about God. I'm talking about like big G. The creator, infinite, Ein Sof. So similarly, the Fibonacci sequence, which is simply a list of numbers, which each number is the sum of the two numbers which are before it. In mathematical terms, sum means adding the two together. So the Fibonacci sequence starts like 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 1. So 13, 21. So 1 add 1 is 2, 1 add 2 is 3, 2 add 3 equals 5. So you can see how the Fibonacci sequence shows up in nature through the images below. So this is like Fibonacci showing up. I mean, this is crazy, isn't it? Like, look at our face. Our face is like full on Fibonacci'd. Fibonacci'd to the hilt. So there are many other mathematical equations, sequences, and theories which are found in nature. So Tesla always spoke about 369. 369. So what's the 6? So God, maybe it's Yahweh, 6 is the sun, and then big G is the 9. So sun, so our sun is kind of like the god of our little mini galaxy. So that's the logos, and then sub logos, earth, and then our subs. That's what popped into my head. So who knows? My brain just gets full with shit as it's ready to hear it. So you can think of numbers as the language of nature, where we use words and pictures to communicate with other humans. Nature communicates with us through number. Numerology is a way to decode nature's numbers in order to help us travel through our life experience, utilizing the energetic frequencies of the earth to enhance our chances of success. And I did my full numerology chart in 2015, and it was, to be fair, it was one of the best. I think I spent $50. I still have it now. Like, I absolutely love it. So you can use, I mean, you can go overboard and I use all of these things, but just, they're all, if you just understand, like, in advance that, you know, we all have like lucky days. So your personal energy, which, you know, you can have a personal day, a personal month, a personal year. Your personal energy is one tiny little drop in the ocean of what's going on with the world's energy, but you have control over your personal energy. And so if you can utilize your own energy, the sun's, like, just all of it, like, just, I mean, life does get really easy. I mean, my life's not easy at the moment because I'm all out of alignment. But yeah, so numerology is kind of fun. But again, you know, like, so when you wake up in the middle of the night and it's like 555, I say middle of the night, that's, I'm already awake by 555. But that means like big changes are coming. Big changes are coming. Are you ready for it? Like, we used to go, like, my dad, my mum. So my mum used to have a little mini, and we used to like drive in this little mini, like all 4 kids, like rammed in the back. And when you go over the hills, a little hump, so it was like, hold on to your knickers, you know, like being at the if you're going to, you know, like a theme park, and, you know, hold on to your knickers just means like, as you whoop, like nothing perverse. But so it used to be like, so it used to be like, hold on to your knickers. Oh, what was I saying then? Oh, I've gone. 666. Oh, it's gone. 66 is, you need to love yourself more and see yourself more beautiful. You've been putting other people's needs in front of your own. You need to be more creative and express your feelings through words, art, creativity, and love. Oh yeah, 555. Big changes are coming. Hold on to your knickers. That's where I was going. I mean, in here it says hold on to your party hat, but change is happening faster than you can keep up with. You've been holding on to your routine and the familiar longer than is good for you. It's time for some travel, adventure, socializing, and taking risks. Yeah, so twice a day, at 11:11, you have the opportunity to instantly manifest whatever you want. So if you are going to do meditation and you are going to do the Sefer Yetzirah meditation, my pleasure. I mean, I would block out 11:11 in your time zone and do it there and then. So focus only on the thoughts and the energy that you want to take. I mean, if you're going to, this is the power that we have been gifted. We don't use it. We don't use it. So lastly, Akashic records. This is like the smallest. This is like 3 pages. So what are Akashic records? So an Akashic record is simply the energetic and vibrational record. So this is what you can access using the Sefer Yetzirah meditation quickly. I say quickly. You've got to learn to meditate. You've got to be able to be still. You've got to be able to be quiet. It's quite it'll take you a while, right? To really understand it, but you can nip up to the 8th dimensional, what's it called? Yanks call it an elevator in the lift. Ding. floor 8, please. So an Akashic record is simply the energetic and vibrational record of all past, present, and possible futures. It's where the entire knowledge of creation resides. The word comes from the Sanskrit Akasha, Sanskrit being the first language, I think that came first language that was gifted, that was pure, that was intentional, that's got its own toroidal field, which translates to sky, space, or ether. In the Bible, the Akashic records are referred to as the Book of Life or God's Book of Remembrance. Think of it like a spiritual search engine. We can access our own data whenever we want. Understanding how to access our Akashic records can be a useful tool to help us move forward on our journey. But this is something we must do with caution. We should never, I'm going to give this like never, ever, 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 ever. I'm telling you all now, never, ever, ever. There are lots of things. Okay, so I say you should never, but you've got free will. Go ahead and do it if you want. I'm going to tell you why. I really don't recommend it. We should never go back and alter anything in our past. If we have something unresolved, we can use the completion method and or emotional freedom technique to snap the emotion connection to that past event and our present time. That event was an important part of our identity. It helped us become the us we are today. Removing that decision not only affects that single event, but many more events we've experienced. Think of it like this. If you were a concert pianist who spent tens of thousands of hours practicing to be the best version of you, all driven because of some negative interaction in your childhood, you go back and remove that event before coming back to your present. Over the next few days, you notice you're no longer driven to succeed in the thing because your passion for that became your passion for the joy that it brought you. So you move the reason for you doing it. So we can remove the emotional pain from the past so that it doesn't cause us conflict, but the events are important to who we are and who we will become. We should also never assume that what we see in our distant future is set in stone or fated. The future we see is simply the most likely version based on our past and current present choices. Much like personality, which is fluid and therefore you can change, should we learn to behave in a different way, the future you see can be altered to reflect one which is more aligned with the one that we want. So when accessing your Akashic record, we're simply moving ourselves more deeply from a physical awareness into our soul awareness. We move our attention from third dimension physical reality into our 8th dimension love light connection. Sorry, guys. So when accessing our Akashic records, it's really important that we are first emotionally balanced and stable. This is why it comes in week 11, okay, guys? So if you've got like issues, or you're not feeling good or peaceful, like you don't want to be kind of like running before you can even stand up, let alone walk. But it's like, so it was important. I don't know. It was communicated to me that it was important that I communicate this to you guys, but to kind of help you start out your journeys. So if you want to hear information which will help you bring about more peace in your life, you first need to feel at peace before you even like attempt to Akashic it. It's not like be at peace like 24/7. You just need to make sure you put yourself in that emotional space, right? So you have to have the tools to do that in the beginning. And if you want to bring about more love, you need to be in the space of love. So before you do anything, you must first understand what it is you want to know, why you want to know it, and what you want to feel moving forward. So once you understand this, you need to take the time to align your vibrational frequency with the way that you want to feel so you can access the records you need. Should you access your records in a low vibrational state, you will only see the information which will perpetuate more of that low and negative vibration. The steps. So get yourselves into vibrational alignment to the emotion you want to feel. So you can use essential oils, frequency music, or rife frequency MP3s to clear things out. Take 6 long, slow, deep breaths. Write out your question. And I've got here, you can use Google Translate to write it in Hebrew should you wish. But remember, it's right to left, past to present. So we write left to right. So when we write, because they, the entire English language and all Roman-based languages are a subversion of the power of the word, because we are writing into our past. We are not writing past to future. So that's the difference between Hebrew left to right. So remember when we were talking about a masculine to feminine. So we need to do, you're working on Hebrew. I know I need to. So you want to be writing right. See? Right. Writing. Go right, left. They tell us, we're just not listening. So focus on this question as you close your eyes. Keep breathing long, slow, deep breaths as you ask for assistance in accessing your Akashic record. Simply state out loud or inside your mind, "Thank you for the guidance as I seek answers to my question," which is, then give them your question. Should you feel the presence of something surround you, make sure you say thank you. You can ask them for the name if you feel inclined to, so you don't have to. So let the guide know that you're seeking the answer to your question. Pay attention to any sounds, smells, feelings, images, anything that enters your mind. I say thank you, and when you're ready, open your eyes and write as much of what you can remember down. Give thanks for the answer by saying a little gratitude prayer. Step away from what you've written and go for a walk or do something which will allow your mind to wander and sort through everything you've discovered in a non-forced way. So the trick is to not let your conscious brain decide what your answers mean for you. Remember, your conscious is like the security guard at a nightclub, and sometimes it'll block you from knowing the truth to keep you safe. Use the sway method or pendulum method to root out what your subconscious means if you find yourself getting confused by the answers you've received. So if you've asked for next steps as a way to move towards your future, then plan it in. Right. So then, they've got a frequency chart. I've shared my frequency charts with you guys before. So, and just like your journey an Akashic warning. So just like your journey from mental illness to mental wellness, which is focused on the emotional shifts and positive action steps, understanding and accessing your Akashic records needs to be treated in the same way. It's simply another tool to help you on your journey. Your journey on Earth is not about discovering everything you've done in your past. It's about accessing the information you need to enable you to become the person you feel called to be. The same as you would never be able to read all the information on the internet, you would not be able to read all the information contained in your Akashic records, even your own, nor need you. The knowledge we need to succeed on our journey comes from a variety of sources: past lives, past experiences, past conversations. All information from all sources, regardless of how the message is communicated, is helpful, but only when we use it. Trust that if you've asked a question and received an answer, that is the answer you needed. You do not need to revisit and try again, to dismiss and look for another. The same as 2 + 2 = 4, the answer you sought was given to you. There is no need to ask every question on your first visit. You just need to know what might be blocking you and what step or action you can take to help you move forward on your journey from a place of peace, joy, and love. Have faith that you're being guided. And remember, the perpetual seeker is forever searching and seeking, but never living. And then at the end of each little section, I put little quotes. And this, it's just, this is the funniest little kid ever. Look at that little kid on his little journey on a what's it called? What are them things called? Suitcase. So the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams, which is an Eleanor Roosevelt quote. So that giant little book. Yeah. So with regards to the book, I was considering doing it as a purchase option, as just the book. So there's the one-to-one work with me, there's the digital program, which is where you kind of get the book and all the videos and you kind of join the community. But then I was considering the creating the book as a way to purchase. So I just need to pre-frame why that kind of isn't a thing at the moment. If you're trying to do print on demand, they have a limit on how many pages you can print on demand. For specialist printing of this, it's a minimum of £120 per book. Now, it doesn't cost me £120 to print and bind it at home. But yeah, so it's so it's whether I can get it done. So when you consider what goes into bookmaking, so the reason why they have a limit of 500 pages is because if you've ever been to like a book, a place where they make books, that's the like they stick it in the machine and the machine like sticks the glue and joins it all together. So it's too fat for the machines. So it's not a case of like, so I'm in the process of speaking to some independents, because basically if I can get somebody else to print and bind it, like not yet. So not yet. Give me a few weeks to kind of figure out what's going on. But what I can do, once I've done the injunction, so I need to spend the next I've got 2 more days to really kind of push the injunction. So these had to go out to my clients because they've been waiting since March. And so I'm having conversations in the background. But what I will definitely do is be able to do a digital copy and a digital version. So you can have a digi version, definitely, as kind of the pre. And then I'll see about, at the very, if we can't get them done, if I can't get somebody else to do it, I will just have to, print and bind. That's okay. I've got a binder. But yeah, so just give me, it was in the back of my mind that was like, actually this would be quite handy because it's created as so everything's created so that my clients can if you're working with somebody whose brain isn't working, if they then pick up the book and they pick up the worksheet, they have to pick it up to be able to be like, oh, I need to read it through. So it's all, you can go from start to finish with this. Absolutely. They're all just different levels. So yeah, absolutely. I'm very happy to do that, but I've just spotted loads of spelling mistakes. I missed bits, skipped bits. It's fine. But yes, it wasn't a plan for tonight. This wasn't like my book launch. But yes, so yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to do that, but just give me a couple of weeks, and I give you an opportunity to go and do a little bit of digging for yourselves and have a nosy and have a look. But absolutely. I'm happy with that. I mean, you guys, I want as many people as possible to have this information to be healed, because we are fighting a spiritual war, and we are ill-equipped because we are not spiritually, like, we're not there. I mean, most of us aren't even biologically equipped for the biological. So we have got like biological warfare, psychological warfare, and spiritual warfare all going on at the same time. It's all happening at the same time, and so I mean, I didn't know any of this when I was creating my therapy program. Is it walks you through fixing your biology, fixing your psychology, fixing your spirituality. But actually, when I was looking into kind of ancient texts, the Vedic texts and the Vedic healing and the Ayurveda, I don't know how to say it, that was very similar, and I was just like, this is it. It's been told. I mean, everybody's been told this stuff over and over and over again. However, I will say the difference between me and many other people, including Jesus, if that was his words that were recorded in the Bible, is it is people's free wills to choose. But if you choose to kind of understand this stuff, you should at least be given it in a way that you understand it. Like, I'm not going to force this. Thank you. Ayurvedic. Yeah. So I'm not going to force anybody to read this. I'm not going to force anybody to take action on anything I say. But if you want to, and you pick it up, you need to be at least be able to understand it. And so that, hey, Beau, hey, that's, I came right in there, exactly the right time. So that's my problem with a lot of the religious texts, is it doesn't make sense. I know they've subverted it, and I know they've changed words, and I know they've made it difficult, but it's my problem with a lot of the healers. I just like, okay, well, actually, I asked you a question. Like, I don't have your knowledge. I don't have your understanding. Like, your job is to help me get to the same place as you. Like, I shouldn't have to go to university. I shouldn't have to deal with all the shit that you dealt with. Like, I just, like, I've got my own crap. I'm coming to you. Like, give me the goods. So this is, it's in plain English. It's in plain English. So if you want to get a head start on some of the stuff, or on the kind of stuff, and you didn't watch the Muse videos, this is kind of the 12-week walkthrough I did. Let me find it. Mama. Sorry, guys. And then I can go to sleep. We can all go to sleep. Patriot special. Fuck the lawyers. That was 4th of August. That was. Jesus. That's so many days ago. Back to basics. No, not that one. Where is it? It's a problem with Muse. Sometimes it hides stuff. Really naughty. Really naughty. It's in there. Here we go. The way that you feel. Yes, that one. Right, give me a sec. How do I find this now? 1 sec. 1 second, sweetie. Yes, I did. Thank you. I was about to send you a thank you. Cheats way to heal. Let's see if I can type the word heal in. Just report. There we go. Nope. Oh, for feck's sake. Oh, there we go. That one. The cheats way to healing. Really is. Copy. Here we go. There you go. Right, for those of you who are on here, for those of you who are on Telegram, let me drop it down there, and then cheats way to healing. Okay, so I did. So I wanted to finish by saying a huge thank you for my lovely little, it showed up. It was so pretty. It's on my desk. I'm going to, I'm going to glass etch some pretty etches on it. And I was like, this is so pretty. It's so pretty. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, it's just so nice. So it did. It showed up while I was recording. I had to press pause and stuff. I was like, oh my god, the phone went. I just it's done. So the bagged actors didn't want week 11 out, and so that's what was even more important that you guys had it all. So have yourselves a beautiful rest of, it's like 2 minutes to midnight, so it's almost Thursday. A wonderful rest of your Wednesday, a phenomenal few days, and I look forward to seeing you all on Saturday, hopefully with some good filing news. Fingers crossed that it's done, it's dealt with. And like I say, I will sort out getting this giant book out in a way that you guys can use in a way that's economical, because there's no point it being hundreds of pounds, because it's just no, there are cheaper ways to do it. So have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for joining me, and I shall see you all very, very soon. Mwah. Bye for now.